Nigeria, we hail our own native land. Nigeria, we hail our own native land. Who triumphs on If you're a business owner,
Hi everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on your location. Yeah, so I want to use this opportunity to welcome each and every one of us. Please, if you know you are a speaker and you have joined us on this space, could you please request for mic? Okay. Thank you. Just give me a few minutes while I try to bring on board all the distinguished speakers that we have here. Please, if you know you are not part of the speakers, could you please drop the mic request for now so I can have enough room to pick up the scheduled speakers. Okay, Christy, I can see you here. I'm trying to make you a co-host. Okay. Please give me a few minutes while I try to set up the speaker room. Please. Christy, if you can hear me, I'm trying to bring you up as the co-host, but I don't know why it's not coming up. Could you please request as the co-host?
Okay, I can hear you, Faith.
All right, so I have just sent you an invite now. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, like I did said earlier, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending on your location. It's really my honor to have you guys here to discuss topics around the blockchain and cryptocurrency in Nigerian context, particularly on debunking myths and trying to shape the future, demystifying blockchain and cryptocurrency in Nigeria, a conference happening here on Twitter Space. Please, I want to ensure I'm audible enough. Can you people hear me?
Yes, we can, Faith.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so I am your host, Faith Titus Okafomba. I am thrilled to be here with you all, you passionate about the future of finance in Nigeria and around the world. So today we are not just going to talk about blockchain and crypto, we are debunking myths and shaping a thriving future for this transformative technology in the heart of Africa. So before I continue, I would like to give a brief summary of my background. I am Faith Titus Okafomba, the founder, CEO, Soneji Data Technologies, and co-founder, Blockchain Nigeria User Group. I've been in the crypto blockchain space since 2016 and up to date. I am a very passionate entrepreneur, and I can say I'm a seasoned professional with over 15 years of experience in ICT, finance, and business development. I have been recognized as an expert in blockchain technology, cryptocurrency, and business growth strategies. And over the time, I have been able to get some accolades that has to do with me being awarded as one of the business coach of the year, and this was in 2019. And then I was also recognized as one of the top 10 leading women in Nigeria by Hedera Blockchain. I have been also recognized for my contributions in fostering the Web3 and startup ecosystem. As part of my mission, I am driven to revolutionize the data ecosystem, promote financial inclusion with blockchain, and empower individuals in emerging markets. I have spoken in different conferences representing different lines of thoughts within the fourth industrial revolutionary technology. I have a master's degree in international oil and gas management from the University of Dundee, UK. And professionally, I am a chartered surveyor and a practicing one. I am a wife, I am a mother, and much, much more that I can be. So this is a little background about me. And I would want to, let you know why we are here. So Nigeria as a country is one of the cups of a technological revolution that we know, and blockchain has the potential to be a game changer for the country and for its citizens. So with a high mobile phone penetration around well over 180 million people, according to some statistics that are already there online. And the country actually have a large unbanked population of about 36%, according to a FNA 2020 Access to Financial Services in Nigeria survey. So Nigeria is ripe for innovative financial solutions. But let's face it, there's a lot of confusion surrounding blockchain and crypto. Are there threats or opportunities in this ecosystem? How secure are they? What about the environment? These are just some of the questions we will be tackling today. So, and I have with me here and with every one of us here, a diverse line of panelists, and we have an amazing lineup of them, seriously, ready to shed light on these topics, and we will introduce them in a bit. So here is how our section will be broken down, why we are here. Today we are going to be having the first 30 minutes where we will start with some opening remarks and introductions, setting the stage for our exciting discussions. Then in the next 90 minutes, shortly after the introductions, we will dive deep into debunking myths surrounding blockchain and crypto with our experts panel. Then get ready for insightful discussions on DeFi, NFTs, securities, CBDC, regulations, sustainability, and more. So feel free to jump in with your questions using the Q&A section at the comments options provided on this space. And finally, we are going to be having 60 minutes of our time where we will shift to a more interactive format, focusing on specific applications of blockchain that can empower Nigerians. This is your chance to engage directly with the panelists and learn how blockchain can address challenges in areas like finance, social impact, education, and more. And later continue with the rest of the panelists. So as part of the program, apart from our interesting panelists, I'm joined here by our co-host, Christy Terry. Christy Terry, I'll give you the opportunity to be able to introduce yourself. And this is to say that we have actually kickstarted this conference. So, Christy, could you please take the mic and have yourself introduced to our wonderful audience?
Thank you, Faith. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you for the kind introduction. And hi, everyone. My name is Christy Tawi, and I'm currently based in Cape Town, South Africa. It's a pleasure to co-host this exciting Twitter space on demystifying blockchain and crypto in Nigeria, because I think it's not just a Nigerian issue. It's let me put it as an African issue where we need to demystify a lot of things so that we can get our people to participate in this ecosystem. But to give a little bit of background about myself, I have a diverse background in strategic market research across various industries in the Middle East and Africa over the past 13 years. So I've had the opportunity to work on research covering financial services, fast-moving consumer goods, which obviously range from the food industry, the beauty and fashion industry, the home and tech industry. I've had the opportunity to work as well in technology, mining, and energy sectors, where basically my focus was on providing valuable market analysis and insights to help companies to either if they want to expand or for the purpose of optimizing their operations. So I guess in a nutshell, I could say that I help companies to make this data informed decisions. Now, beyond my professional background, I am also a blockchain enthusiast. Like Faith, I have been following or in the blockchain industry since 2016. And I am deeply interested in how the technology can disrupt and shape the future of various business sectors, particularly in various emerging markets like Nigeria. I love Nigeria because having covered a lot of industry, it's one of those very dynamic um, markets, very dynamic and very interesting. So there is a lot of opportunities, especially when it comes to this blockchain sector for Nigeria to, to grow up there. But yeah, I guess to end off my introduction to say I'm happy to be part of this discussion today, and I am looking forward to going deep into these topics that Faith introduced with our esteemed panelists. So back to you, Faith.
All right, thank you very much, Christy, for that amazing introduction. It's always nice having you around, working together as regards to the growth of this ecosystem. Yeah, so before we dive into our panel discussion, let's take a moment to hear from our incredible keynote speaker, who is also one of our panelists. She is by name Buki Ogunsaki, who will introduce the topic and set the stage for our conversation. Before then, I would like to read out a little background of Buki Ogunsaki. She is the principal head Satoshi Tinker at BBO Solicitors and an emerging tech lawyer, primarily working with clients in emerging technology areas such as NFTs, metaverse, crypto, blockchain, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and data privacy. She has over 20 years of experience in strategy and project management. Buki is well equipped to address some of the most pressing myths surrounding blockchain and crypto. Buki, you're welcome, and now over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Faith and team, for putting this together. It's an honor to be here today. I greet you all, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, depending on where you are logged in from, and trailblazers of Nigeria's digital future. I hope you can all hear me clearly.
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. It's a privilege to be here today at the forefront of this exciting conversation on blockchain and crypto. Nigeria is a nation brimming with potential, and I firmly believe that blockchain technology can be a powerful catalyst for economic growth, financial inclusion, and social progress. However, navigating this space can be quite challenging. Myths and misconceptions abound, hindering widespread adoption and fueling uncertainty. So let's address some of these head on. So today, my first myth I'm going to address is blockchain is a get rich quick scheme. While blockchain has opened doors for innovative financial instruments, it's not a magic bullet. Building a strong foundation through education and responsible investment strategies is crucial. The second myth is that cryptocurrencies are here to replace traditional finance. No, they're not replacements, but rather I believe they're complements. Blockchain can revolutionize how Nigerians access financial services, fostering a more inclusive and efficient financial system. Imagine a future where the unbanked population can actually securely store value and conduct transactions using their mobile phones. A staggering 36%, according to Elfina's 2020 survey, are actually currently unbanked. Let's go to myth 3, that blockchain is bad for the environment. This one is actually a complex one. While some consensus mechanisms can be energy intensive, advancements like proof of stakes are offering more sustainable solutions. The key lies in responsible development and adoption of eco-friendly practices within the Nigerian blockchain ecosystem. The fourth myth is that blockchain technology is too complicated for everyday Nigerians. This is also not true. We need to make education accessible with resources tailored to different learning styles and levels. Imagine interactive tutorials in local languages or user-friendly infographics explaining complex concepts. That sounds about right. So what does the future hold? I see a future where blockchain empowers Nigerians to own their financial future. How can they do this? Such as accessing microloans and participating in a more inclusive financial system. It can also drive innovation. Blockchain can revolutionize everything from supply chain management to identity verification, boosting efficiency and transparency. It can also create social impact. Imagine leveraging blockchain for targeted aid distribution, educational initiatives, or even combating counterfeit medication. It also empowers women. This is a favorite of mine, fostering a culture of inclusion within the Nigerian crypto space, providing women with the resources and support to become leaders in this dynamic field. But shaping the future requires collective action. We need collaboration between government, business developers, and everyday Nigerians like yourselves. We need a commitment to education, responsible innovation, and building a secure and sustainable blockchain ecosystem. So today is a crucial step in that journey. Let's debunk the myths, embrace the potential, and shape a future where blockchain empowers Nigerians to thrive. Thank you all again for having me here. It's been an honor. And I'm looking forward to the conversations following this. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Abuki, for that wonderful opening. And as you all know, this is coming from our keynote speaker. So now let's get down to the business of the day and start debunking some prevalent myths surrounding blockchain and crypto in Nigeria. So I will now hand over to my co-host, Christy, to introduce our panel and moderate the first part of our session. So, Christy, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith and Buki, for that powerful opening. As I said, I'm very excited, especially when I look at our panelists. And I guess it's time now for us to dive into the main part of our session. As Faith briefly highlighted, we have a very fantastic panel of experts who are ready to shed light on the various topics related to blockchain, as highlighted by her and Buki. And I think what is also important is that when we look at our panelists, they are also leaders in their respective fields, which makes me even more excited to introduce them to you. We have, please bear with me if I am hammering the pronunciation of the surname. Like I said, I love Nigeria, but I'm still getting there with the pronunciation. So we have Mr. Shuta Shimezi. I personally call him Mr. Blockchain Africa, as I believe that he is the godfather of blockchain in the region. Shuta is a founder of Blockchain Nigeria User Group. He is also the founder of Blockspace Hub, and he is also the board chairman of Bean. He is also a global expert in blockchain, Web3, DeFi, NFTs, and CBDC. And I mean, as a global expert, I'm sure if you were to speak to a lot of people working on projects in various regions across the world, they would know Shooter. So he wears many hats. Then we are also joined by Adeji
Sorry,
Onibi.
Christy.
Yes, yes.
Sorry if I have to come in here. I think I have shared Twitter's full profile with you on your WhatsApp. So I think it's nice we do him that honor to read out his full profile. Thank you.
Apologies, my oversight over that. But beside that, what I've mentioned it still kind of like holds weight to Shooter. So as I said, he wears many hats. He's worked on so many projects. He is an advisor to many projects. And just to list some of them, he's an advisory member for Bantu Blockchain. He's an advisory member for Kinesis Money. He was previously the regional director for Africa at Paxful. He is, as I said, the coordinator and the founder of the Nigerian Blockchain User Group. He is the venture partner for Adavis. He is the board chairman for Blockchain Expert Association of Nigeria, as I said, Bean, and he is the Africa lead technology and innovation at the Africa Blockchain Technologies. And currently, he also holds the title for being the chairman of Nigeria's Blockchain Policy Adoption Implementation Steering Committee. Yeah, as I said, Twitter wears many hats. Also, he's the FinTech Connector community partner for Nigeria. So of course, virtual claps for Mr. Shooter joining us here today. And we also joined by Adeji Owonibi. He's a founder and CEO of Connexivity, a blockchain hub, and a principal owner at A&D Forensic. For me, he stands out because right now, if anybody was to ask me who is the forensic expert and cyber specialist in Africa, that this is where Adeji come in. So thank you for joining us, Adeji. We're also joined by Mohammed Ibrahim Jega. He is the co-founder of Dominium Development Solutions.
I'm sorry,
And
Chrissy. I'm sorry, Chrissy, if I have to come in here. I just want to say that Mr. Adediji Owunibi is here with us, and I've sent him the mic request. And please, I want to indulge you to come up as a speaker on stage. Thank you, Christy. You can continue.
great, thank you. As I was saying, we're also joined by Mohammed Ibrahim Jega. He is the co-founder of Dominium Development Solutions. And I think what exciting about him joining us is he's going to provide us with insight on how the blockchain technology can drive economic growth, job creation, and financial inclusion in Nigeria, which I think it's a very relevant topic right now, considering the current economic situation. And at the same time, we are joined by Benjamin Zigwai Ali, who is the co-founder and a faculty member of the Blockchain Financial Intelligence Masterclass. He will be discussing with us. He is the environmental impact expert when it comes to blockchain technology and potential solution for sustainability. Then already introduced, we've got Miss Buki. Faith already did the pleasure of introducing her that she is the principal and head thinker at BBO Solicitors. She's an emerging tech lawyer, and she also has experience in strategy, project management, focusing on NFTs, metaverse, and it's always a pleasure to see more women in this industry. So, yeah, it's a pleasure to introduce her again. Then we also joined by Mr. Tola Joseph. I think we know him as the AKA King of Zamunda, who is also the founder of the Crypto Masterclass and a blockchain social impact specialist. He will be exploring how blockchain technology can address social challenges, and at the same time looking at how blockchain technology can actually revolutionize the various sectors through areas such as gamify and Web3. We'll go into all of that later. Then we're also joined by Tino Keke, who is the CEO of Bitbutter. Again, yeah, it's exciting to have all of those people because he will be talking about the crypto adoption, empowering crypto enthusiasts, especially when we're talking about crypto trading exchanges. So welcome, Mr. 18. Then we've got Vindicated Chidi, who is a certified blockchain and marketing professional. Also co-founder of Blockchain Financial Intelligence Masterclass. And from him, I'm excited to hear about the insights on building a strong foundation for the Nigerian crypto ecosystem, especially when you're talking about effective education and marketing strategies for whether it's for projects and any other initiatives. Then again, as I've mentioned, I like the fact that we're seeing more women in the space. We also joined by Crypto Mama, she's a content writer. She's also an advocate for financial inclusion and women in the crypto. So I'm happy to welcome her. And that goes hand in hand, welcoming her alongside Francisca Nwafo, who is the CEO for Coiner, Coiner Ratap. Sorry if I'm hammering this. And Francisca, very good to have you. Looking forward to your discussion about promoting financial inclusion through blockchain and empowering women in the Nigerian crypto space. Then we also joined by Mr. Charles Okafumba. He is a blockchain solution architect and also the CTO at Convexity. And again, here, very looking forward to, because he's got many experience in terms of working on various industries, and looking forward to his contribution about the power of, the transformative power of blockchain. And then last but not least, we also joined by Miss Grift Shitu, woman power here today. She's a legal practitioner with over a decade of experience in environmental, social, and sustainability governance. And currently, she's an advisor for the local international corporations on business setting up, which obviously focuses on corporate restructure, financing, and sustainability. And her passion to finance and sustainability is what actually led her to join the new community, to drive the project to build a structure that would not only thrive, but in terms of blockchain. So she's part of the new project. So I'm sure just laying out, a list of our panelists, it should excite all of us, because it shows how exciting and informative our sessions would be. So I think we should applaud ourselves that we've taken time to be here, because we've got all of this leaders and experts that are joining us today. Now, on to the next phase of our session. We are going to look at myths, right? And I would like us to start by addressing a very common myth that blockchain is a get-rich scheme. Apologies for that. Many people, I think, if we look at right now, if you were to tell anybody about blockchain, many people would associate it with, get rich quick, quick financial gains. I mean, we've heard of stories or seen, people that, yes, overnight success, where somebody would say, oh, I turned my $10 into $100,000. But the reality is that blockchain technology is so much more than that. It has so much to offer beyond just making a quick, a quick buck. So, as a start for this session and to help us debunk this myth, I'm going to start with Mr. Shooter, who will speak about DeFi, NFTs, and CBDs. Shooter, before I start with the questions on the three DeFi, NFT, and CBDs, do you mind if you open the session by just giving us a simple explanation of what is DeFi, what is NFTs, what is CBDC, in layman's terms, because there might be people that are in the room right now that are probably new to this, and they need to understand it, but at the same time, there might be other people that have been around, but they're still very much confused on, like, what is this? The floor is yours, Mr. Shooter.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you're joining this space from. I'm so super excited about this event today. Thank you so much for putting this together, Faith. I'm particularly happy to see our ladies sitting in front and driving this conversation. I mean, nothing is exciting as seeing women who try to show that they can be much more than what the society tries to make them seem to be. Probably limited them in a few things. Probably they'd say, "Oh, she's only good for the other room." Okay, so I'm happy to see Faith. I'm happy to see you, Christy. It's been a long time. I think Christy was with us here some years back, 2018 or 19, I think. Franca, nice to see you and see what you're doing. Boki, always happy to meet you in events like this every now and then. So, yes, there's a channel or a Twitter page that I like to stumble upon. I follow it. The page is called Fuck Around and Find Out. I don't know if you guys know about that page, but the thing about that particular page is that they always show you videos of people who thought that things were in a certain way and they decided to mess around, and they always find out. And that's how crypto is. I mean, you come into this space and you think it's a get rich quick scheme. You just find out. It doesn't take time. By the time you step into the market and you are burnt, you'll be looking for where to get water to pour on your body. Okay, so you just fuck around and you'll find out. So it's not really very difficult to debunk that type of myth, because if you say it's a get rich quick easy, we say yes, we agree with you. Just fuck around and find out. Okay, so coming back to the insightful question that you asked me about DeFi and NFTs and CBDC. So I'm going to be speaking first of all about DeFi. DeFi, generally speaking, is a movement. I think I like to describe it as a movement because it started, first of all, with a desire to create an alternative financial system to the existing traditional financial system. So the word DeFi is actually an acronym for decentralized finance, which pitches directly against the much more known traditional finance, which we also created an acronym for, which is TradFi. TradFi. So between DeFi and TradFi is a whole long gap where the decentralized technologies of today, being driven by blockchain technology and Web3, is helping to recreate practically all the financial services, tools, and infrastructure that existed in a centralized traditional financial world, whether it be local financial system being run by independent central banks or global networks that enable payments like SWIFT, or like card issuing companies like MasterCard and so on. What DeFi is aiming to do is to create this totally independent financial system that completely functions without the need of a middleman. That's the key word there. They just want to eliminate the middleman so that people can easily control and take responsibility for their finances. Of course, I don't want to go back to the story about how and why Satoshi Nakamoto developed the Bitcoin protocol. But most of us here probably you know about Bitcoin, and you know that the essence there is to create a P2P network where people can send value across each other without the need of the third party or a middleman. Okay, but when it comes to decentralized finance, it's beyond sending assets between two people. So in decentralized finance, you have the rebuilding of traditional financial tools like lending and borrowing. Okay, so there are platforms that have created powerful tools like Aave or Compound or MakerDAO. Some of these platforms enable people to borrow out monies that they are not using at the moment. For instance, if you have some money and you are not planning to use it in the next 30 days, on the next 60 days, on the next 90 days, or in the next 12 months, this platform gives you the opportunity to lend it out to people who have urgent need of the money, and they can easily set that up for you in just a few clicks. Very contrasting to traditional financial institutions where you might have money in the bank, but that money doesn't really earn you anything. Rather, it just causes you to be debited every now and then for different kinds of charges. And the bank itself, being the house, and the people who are holding the money can actually or do actually lend out your money, and you get nothing in return to it. Okay, and for those who want to borrow in banks, you know how difficult it is for you to go to the bank and borrow money. That's a Herculean task, and I wouldn't even advise anybody to try that. The last time I tried that, I didn't like it at all, and I vowed I will never touch the banking system again for borrowing. So in traditional financial systems, these things are difficult because of the type of collateralizations that are required for entities and individuals to be able to access funds. But in DeFi, it's completely different because you could actually use what you have already as a collateral to get what you need, and it doesn't take time. If you go to any of these platforms that I've mentioned, then you'll see how easy it is for you in just a few minutes borrow money or lend out your money if that's what you want. Then you also have the opportunity to access 247 hours trading environment where there are different kinds of assets that people can trade that are open 247 hours a day, that are open 7 days a week, that are open 30 days a month. There are no public holidays. There are no Sundays or Mondays or Saturdays. Every single hour is a business hour in decentralized finance land, and it's accessible to anyone that has access to the internet, and you have a device, either a phone or a laptop. You have absolute access. There are no restrictions, and these are big opportunities for our people in Nigeria because in Nigeria, for instance, an individual cannot walk into the Nigerian Stock Exchange to access the stock market. You need the services of brokers to be able to do that. And of course, you can't even go there during weekends and on public holidays, and now you can't access them. Okay, and of course they have closing hours. By 4 p.m. the bells are rang and everybody has to close. But in the opportunities being offered for people, especially the young people of Nigeria, they can access this market 247, and there are no restrictions at all. Okay, then you look at some other things like financial inclusion. Okay, so in DeFi, you have the opportunity to not just be able to be included in the financial system as someone who has a bank account or who has a wallet service. You are given opportunity to earn. Look at what is happening in the last few weeks when a new economic model of gamified tapping on phones has become the in thing. I doubt if there's anyone here who doesn't have mini apps on Telegram that they are tapping. I'm tapping. I've said one every now and then that nobody is too big to tap. Okay, as far as your tapping to earn is a new economic model and it's out there and we're all doing it, and it's giving people the opportunity to just create a wallet and tap to earn. All you just need to do is to follow the tags and do the, I mean, few weeks ago, Notcoin launched and over $3 million into Nigerian market because of that new economic model. Then, of course, we have the opportunity for people to NFTs. I mean, project teams are launching NFT platforms and they are asking people to mint. Some of them are free. You can easily mint them. And over a few days or a few hours, those NFT that you minted will turn into money. So you see, not only that you have wallet accounts that you can create free and easily, you can also have the opportunity to earn money and populate those accounts with dollars. I mean, everybody likes dollars, and I know that people are really taking advantage of that. Then, of course, you look at things like cross-border payments, where to send money using traditional financial system to someone that is in, let's say, someone that is in Benin Republic or someone that is in Kenya, will take upward of 6 to 7 days before the person will get that money using traditional financial system. But in making payments or sending remittances to or receiving anywhere in the world, it takes instant milliseconds in some cases, depending on the network that you're using. And that is something that is extremely transformative. Now, of course, there are things that are very important that can make decentralized finance even work much better than it is already. Things like identity. identity is extremely essential. Okay, so wherever we go, whatever we do, we need to identify ourselves and be able to do just about anything that we do in the real world, even though it's a virtual world. So identity is a key ingredient. Yes, there are a lot of DeFi platforms that are creating identities, but many of them are still not integrated on multi-platforms, because identity is the gateway that we have into over $400 trillion financial market. Right now, there are over $60 trillion dollars worth of investment that are waiting at the door, because the issue of identity has not been resolved convincingly in the Web3 space. And of course, the moment these are done, then we'll see a larger inflow of people into the industry. That's exactly the reason why there are a whole lot of companies that currently they are not getting involved in Web3 and DeFi technology. No matter how big the market is, they are still staying outside because they have to meet up a whole lot of compliant requirements by government and their agencies. So we are looking forward to the future where identity systems will be native to Web3. So we don't need to necessarily import our or use our international passports or use our driver's licenses or any other government issued ID cards to identify ourselves in the industry itself. So it's extremely important that this is resolved, and we are going towards that, and in not such short time we'll be able to resolve that. I don't know how much time that I have, but I think I will have to summarize
Yeah, I'm
now.
gonna stop you there. You've
Yes, yes.
mentioned so much, but
Okay.
basically from what we can get is that DeFi provides so much value beyond just quick profits, and there are opportunities to gain financial access to, access to financial products, which is either lending, borrowing, trading, and
Absolutely.
potentially bypassing traditional financial institution with high fees and limited
Absolutely.
reach.
Yeah.
Because of time, I want us to touch on two other aspects before we move on to the next, and that's the issue of NFTs, right? NFTs have gained a lot of popularity in the art world, and especially in 2021, we saw them just kind of like surging. And from what I understand, based on data out there, the most expensive NFT sold was like $91.8 million. And recently, now in March, we had a CryptoPunk that was sold for 4,500 Ether, which is basically equates to over 16 million. That was like in March, right? Was it 2 months ago? Yeah. Yes, they're expensive ones, but they're also cheaper ones that are like 1 cent or 10 cents. But I guess what we would like to hear from from you and for our audience is that apart from this being works of art, their application actually extend beyond. And based on other data from Statista, it shows that revenue for NFT market is for this year alone, it's expected to reach like 2.3 billion. So in short, because of time, can you tell us how NFTs can be used to, to represent real world assets? And how can Nigerians tap into this market? Basically, that's what we would like to hear.
Okay, so primarily Nigerians already tapping into the hype of the market, which is the very first I'll call them first fruit of the NFT market, which is the hypes, where you create digital art and you sell them and you speculate them. Okay, so a lot of Nigerians are already doing that. But going deeper in terms of real world use cases where Nigeria as an economy and a social environment can benefit, you have things like property deeds. Okay, so it's not only peculiar to Nigeria, but in most part of the world, there is this land registry issue that are not usually transparent. They are not usually effective. They are always laden with disputes and all that, because the documentations and the originality of ownership are not things that are sorted. This is a clear way where NFT can easily come in, because they can solutions that will bring immutability of the records. I mean, it's not like in Nigeria where when they are done with the manipulation at the land bridges, they set everywhere on fire and everybody's record is burnt, and they will start asking everybody to bring record if he has any, and people will just bring record, and you have your name at the registry, and it doesn't show anywhere else in the real document that is being held by the people that you're selling it. So it will bring in things like transparency, to bring things like immutability, to bring things like efficiency, because when things are digital, they're easy for people to sort. Okay, and that's the ability to easily sort is key. Then look at the issue of educational certificates, where Nigerians are known globally as people who could forge anything. I mean, I don't want to mention names, but a couple of years ago, we heard about guys who were top government officials, and they forged their certificates in the National Assembly. Some have forged certificates to contest for elections and all that. Look, when you look at the key benefits of NFTs, you see that it will bring verification, inside verification solution and security itself. Okay, then the permanency of the records also there. Nobody should be able to walk out tomorrow and say that he attended XYZ university, when anybody can go to the blockchain and verify. Okay, so you look at the certificate issue, you look at broader applications of intellectual property. Okay, look at application in supply chain. Okay, these are not just blockchain application, but these things can be NFTified in a way that it will help in the establishment of the proper standards for storing data among Nigerians and, of course, the government agencies. Christy.
Thank you on that. My last part. This has been one of the biggest discussion in the blockchain industry, especially with monetary system be kind of reviewed. And it brings me to the topic of central bank digital currencies. And right now, we have a lot of countries that are actually exploring this. And based on, if I could share data from the Atlantic Council organization, as we speak right now, there are 134 countries that are exploring CBDC. And just in 2020, not 2020, currently 19 of the G20 countries, they are already in advanced stages of CBD development. In Africa, we've got a few countries that are actually, I guess my question is, since you are a key player in the blockchain industry in Nigeria, you sit on different boards in terms of advising. If we look at the potential benefits and risks of a Nigerian CBDC, could it promote financial inclusion and streamline, a lot of the things that you've mentioned, cross-border payments? And is there anything out there right now, if we look at the Nigerian case, that Nigeria can learn from to help them implement or have a playbook that would inform their implementation of a CBDC?
All right, thank you, Christy. As someone who had the privilege of also providing advisory for the Nigeria's issued e-Naira project, which is a CBDC, I can tell you categorically that CBDC is a good development by central banks, because it enables them to digitize their fiat currencies and make it to be native to the internet. But a lot of people have this misunderstanding or misconception about CBDCs. CBDCs are not cryptocurrencies. Okay, CBDCs, like the word defines it, say they are central bank digital currencies. A digital currency is different from a cryptocurrency, and we need to be clear about that. Okay, so and the expectations that we have for cryptocurrencies should not be the same expectations that we have for CBDCs. Now, I say that to lay a foundation for certain things that that we see as the benefits that accord to CBDC, things like financial inclusion. Of course, CBDC will drive financial inclusion, among the unbanked. And of course, because there are no overhead costs in minting of the CBDC, I mean, you can generate the tokens and they will become alive in your network without you printing or running generators to like power banks where you need to store them, or bullion vans that you use to carry them up and down like we do in the paper economy. Okay. So we also know that it will also drive faster transactions, both locally and across borders, and transparency will be there. But again, the transparency will be beneficial to the issuing organization, this time like central bank and the government itself. Okay. Then CBDCs also definitely will drive economic growth. Look, I'm giving you ideal cases where these things are done right. I don't judge what I'm saying with the e-naira, because the e-naira, from my own perspective, was not done right, and it was not also launched right. Okay, and I'm sure there are a whole lot of efforts being made to either correct those things or even relaunch. Okay, so when it comes to economic growth, CBDC will help because it will stimulate innovation. I remember when we were making presentation to the deputy governor in charge of the CBN, who was spearheading the e-naira project, Dr. Professor Kingsley Obiora. We made it clear to him that we can utilize the CBDC infrastructure to drive strong innovation in the fintech ecosystem by opening it up as a development tool, an environment for people to create innovative products, driving and running on top of that. But of course, things like that didn't see the light of the day. Okay, so again, also CBDC will enable central banks and government to implement successful monetary policies if they follow it the way it's supposed to be done. But of course, there are a whole lot of risk that are associated with that, as we've already seen. Things like privacy concerns, like when they are not done right, they stifle economy. Like Nigeria e-naira was not done right, and it's tried in every way possible to stifle the technology and hinder growth. Okay, then there's an extensive cost of deployment. Remember, this government, if it was going to cost a private sector organization $1,000 to deploy an infrastructure for CBDC, government can claim that it costs $1 million. Okay, so the implementation cost can, be significant and all that too. So these advantages are there. These advantages are there, and the disadvantages are there also. Do I say that the disadvantages outweigh the advantages? No. In a proper implementation environment and things are done properly, everybody will be comfortable with CBDC, because you don't expect, for instance, the central bank to issue the e-naira on a public blockchain and allow everybody to have access to the records of everything that is done there. I mean, it's typically financial issues are not made open. I mean, can you find anybody's financial record out there? No, these are confidential issues, and that's why CBDCs are important, that they are, launched and held on private blockchains. Christy.
Great. Thank you for that. I guess to round up your session, we still have the last part where Faith will round up everything. It's clear that their DeFi, NFTs, and CBDC, they each offer unique possibilities. And from what you say, it's clear that these technologies can be integrated into the current system to create something that is more inclusive and efficient for the financial ecosystem in Nigeria. I would like to move on to another point that is under. We're still discussing about the first myth, which is blockchain is a get-rich scheme. Before I actually move on, I would like to hear from Mr. Charles. Speaking about CBDC, right? I think your organization made quite. There've been a lot of media hype and focus on your organization because of the launching of the CNGN. Mr. Charles, can you tell us why the need to launch the stablecoin? I guess Shooter has already kind of touched on some aspect, but I would like to get some feedback from you as somebody that's an expert that's directly been involved in this launching of the CNGN.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Good day, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. My name is Charles Okafamba. I'm actually the CTO and co-founder, as has been introduced. Aside other things I do, caps away. So yes, the CNGN is a stablecoin. I think we already have an idea of why we need a stablecoin. Number one, majorly for cross-border payments easily, and then to create that rail that will help those in the Web3 space to easily do their transactions, also hedge if they want to, not hedge actually, but also be able to convert or off-ramp their crypto earnings or crypto gains and all the stuff easily. And also those that are into trading. Yeah, so the projects actually, for those that kind of like lately I've been hearing about it. When I say lately, I meant early this year. The CNGM project or the stablecoin project has kind of like been for like going to 3 years, right? We've been working on that project for 3 years. Why it is out, or why it we started hearing about it, was based on the moves we've been making for a long while. And why we've been making this move is we want to ensure that we are coming out with a project that that is regulated, right? A project that will not have issues with the regulators. So we've been discussing with the central bank, we've been discussing with the SEC, we've been training the Nigerian Interpol, we've been training the EFCC, just to create that education around how the CNGM project is, what stablecoin is, and what we are doing on the CNGN project as well. So yes, it's a token, is a stablecoin project that is on the blockchain. Our underlying infrastructure is also an African-led blockchain. For those that are quite technical, it's more of like on the platform you have the base protocol, which is the Bantu protocol, and then moving from there you have the you can move to other public blockchains that are out there. Although our target is more of like the merchants or the exchanges, right, coming to our platform, and then they deal with their retailers, right? So the retail users or the end users can deal with those are merchant or exchanges. And also we only give this, or the rule is that this is only to license exchanges or license merchants, right? That will be coming to the platform. Also, the CNGN actually started with Convexity. That's why we have it as a Convexity NGN. But from the advisory and from all the years of consultation and work behind the scene, we changed it to be a consortium-driven stablecoin. And that consortium, which I think we've been hearing the name African Stablecoin Consortium, is to bring together all stablecoin platforms and stablecoin issuers within the African continent to an umbrella body. And then now starting with CNGN. And the CNGN also, it's a consortium NGN, right? And the consortium are made up of fintechs, made up of other blockchain or Web3 companies. They are also made up of some asset custodians, right? And then supported by some financial institutions we've been having conversations with and all that. That's why I hear it all around the news. So one myth I would like to debunk, because I even saw it recently, that it's a central bank project. No, it's not a central bank project. It's a project by a group of companies that are Web3 and financial institutions that are driving the stablecoin. So the idea is for us to be able to create a stablecoin that will help the blockchain ecosystem, and also will help the country in order for us to be able to have a hold on what is happening in the space in terms of the cryptocurrency trading, and then for regulators to be carried along in in the whole blockchain trading and system. I think basically I'll have to stop there. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Oof, I'm. Why is it? Can you hear me? Oof, it's okay. Great, Charles.
Yes,
Sorry,
Yes,
yes.
I hear you.
my computer froze for a while. I'm
Oh,
actually very excited for, as an African, I'm very excited because it's good to see that there are lots of initiatives that my people are at the at the forefront of initiating. And I mean, based on my research over the past, 10 years, is that as Africa is the last frontier, right? And I think what benefits us is that we are not tied to legacies. We can leapfrog, quickly. Like there are many people, I'm sure, especially the youngsters, that have never seen a fixed phone. They've just moved on to, from a cell phone. So I'm very excited that as a region to see a lot of projects in the pipeline that are being cheerled by our people. But yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Charles. I guess now we need to shift gears again under the banner of blockchain as a quick scheme. I want to shift to security, which I think it's a major concern for a lot of people, not just Nigerian, in the crypto space, which brings us to our next panelist, Mr. Adedeji, who specializes in security and regulations. And I think it's important that our audience, Nigerians, can hear how they can navigate the landscape safely and responsibly. So I guess I can start by saying cybersecurity threats are, they are evolving. We have seen scams, we have seen rug pulls, we have seen, attacks. And already recent stats from chain analysis indicate that last year alone, the total crypto value that was received by illicit addresses was over 24 billion. That's big money that's being stolen from people. I guess my question is, what are some of the advanced security best practices Nigerians should actually adopt when buying and storing cryptocurrency, considering that thieves are getting smarter?
okay. Deji, you have the mic. Okay, he said he might not be able to speak, so I can hold the fort for him until he comes.
Thank you.
All right, okay. So yeah, convexity, for those that know convexity, convexity has a sister company named A&D Forensics. And A&D Forensics, okay. All right, so let me use the space. Yeah, up now. Yeah, take your mic.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll just do an introduction, so you can take the mic now.
Okay. So thank you, everyone, and thank you for having me here. And kudos to the organizers. I think there's a full house, and it's great. Security is the big elephant in the house. I don't think we have the answer, but again, this is one of the processes that we need to put in place. Like every gathering, we can discuss that. So Web3 security on its own is a bit complex as it is, because now the security can be both sides from the user's perspective, like the question you did ask. But the chain analysis report alluded to the fact that most of the bigger theft and hacks actually happen on very institutionalized platforms. And so that's to tell you that even big businesses, individuals, they were all vulnerable to these security lapses that we're seeing. And of course, if you have a new technology, I have a slogan that I say, there's a new technology, there will be new crime. And of course, the first adopters to any technology whatsoever that you find are the criminal elements that want to discuss that. We're talking about quantum computing a few days ago, and we said already criminals are harvesting data and testing issues and getting ready when people will now move to that area to see what they can do with the blockchain data, with blockchain infrastructure and the likes. So in my view, the best practices for security, I think, should start from the platforms. So people building platforms have to take security very seriously. If there's anything that I shout about, maybe in our own startup, is each time the developers build, I'm more interested in how secure is that platform, because I know the moment you just step your foot out, the bad guys are very much ready to sweep you off your feet, and they are not sleeping. And so for any Web3 platform, for example, because it looks like that's the honeypot. Again, majority that are being their own banks are not much, which is what the crypto ecosystem has advocated for us to be our own bank, which is the vision of Satoshi, for us to actually hold our own money and we're not centralized. But I can bet that now everything and most of the things are becoming more and more centralized. We feel because of the convenience. So we trade the convenience for all that. And then the hackers have moved to that honeypot to begin to wreak a lot of havoc in that area. So I think for platform owners, it is critical that you build your solution implementing proper security governance at the beginning of the building. So meaning you have your structured laid out, the modeling, the mitigation risks, the kind of risks you're exposed to on that platform. You're working with that and investing a lot of time to do what we call a kind of a comprehensive assessment of all the risks that are likely to impact that project from the beginning. And so that's what I call the security from the bottom up. And of course, you use a lot. So there are a lot of solutions that we use to do what we call risk assessment. And so you get your that risk assessment on the platform you're building and begin to implement them as you build, so that you can have an effective system and also having the right controls in place as you build. So for me, that is what I can say for the platforms. For individuals, it's particularly understanding, how much you need to know what to do at the right time, and it's education, and it's, for us to just get educated, not exposing the necessary things that will cause that vulnerability, not exposing your private key, not clicking on suspicious link. And again, it's very, it's difficult. I don't do airdrops. It's tough because I don't have the crystal ball to actually segregate that, because anywhere you have the promise of some kind of free money, bad actors will actually design the same and trying to get you. So if you are the type, maybe not like me, to say I don't want airdrops, you want airdrop, then you have to be able to discern which airdrop link is what it is, what they claim to be, and you have to be able to differentiate those things. And so for me, on the private level, those are the first steps of incorporating those securities within what you do.
Thank you.
Okay, the time is short.
Yeah, the
Okay.
time is short because I have more questions with you. I'm not done yet, right? I have more questions with you. I guess in your closing remarks you can add more points. I guess my next point is we can't talk about security and not touch on the issue of regulations. And I think we've seen that a few years ago, regulation around crypto was not clear, but we've seen a lot of traction. Although there are some countries there and there that have a wait and see approach, but I think there has been a lot of traction. And governments across the world, they're building out new rules for cryptocurrency. The question is now, are we ready as Nigeria? Because if we look at the blockchain regulation in Nigeria currently, they are currently in a flux. I mean, we've already seen the recent SEC kind of like engagements. So I guess what are some of the key regulatory considerations for Nigerian crypto businesses and users, considering the changing regulatory landscape? How can we basically how can we ensure that regulation fosters innovation while still protecting us as the consumers, basically?
Yes, thank you, Chrissy. So the regulation again is another very, very large. The earlier one, when we're talking about security, I say is a big elephant. This is a large elephant in the room. And why I see it like that is because So there's a new technology that is taken by the young populace that is so popular with the young citizens, maybe Nigeria, for example, or maybe even Africa or globally. And then we have the policymakers and the regulators also not attuned with that new technology, have no clue what the technology was about for the last 10 years. Why globally everyone is struggling with it. Banks are trying to learn, regulators are trying to see the new trajectory. Some just simply dismiss it. And now it's becoming very obvious that people can no longer dismiss it, but try to regulate it. And the laziness of not even stepping in to regulate it very early was the normal practice of where, oh, let's just dismiss it, let's just ban it, let's just hide behind one fingers and it's going to go away. But refused to go away because the international community, especially the Financial Action Task Force, the global anti-money laundering watchdog, have made it mandatory for every country to actually regulate this. And so, of course, if you have not taken action, they have also taken their own action by blacklisting or graylisting your country. And therefore, the need for regulation now became very, very glaring, and it became a matter of you must do as a matter of must. And so countries are now caught in between what they need to do and also trying to bridge the gap of doing something we call smart regulation. And so because you have to do a haphazard work, most countries, especially in Africa, are caught within that radar of how do we go about this? What do we actually have to do? And in doing that, we have flip-flops that are also very inimical to most businesses. But I think for Nigeria, bringing the question home, I think Nigeria have learned, which is a lot of work from the ecosystem builders here on this. So we have series of conferences spanning many years, engagement with regulators on individual level, on association level. But I can tell you that we are very, very close to that maturity to bring out something that makes sense closer to MICA in Europe. And if you're following Nigeria very closely, a circular came in yesterday to say, hey, enough of the waiting. We're going to do accelerated licensing for people to conform, and so we can open up the space for people to come trade and actually do this within some legal framework. And so we are getting to that level, and I don't think we're there yet. So again, there's a lot of work that need to be done from the legislators' part, that they have to put a combo of law that will actually specify and define most of these things. And of course, even US, as mature as they are, there's this clash between FCTF and of course SEX, who is regulating what, who should regulate this and all that. So those battles, we still see them across different countries, and we're also seeing that a bit here. But again, I think recently they've yielded the space for SEC to take the leadership, which I think they are doing very, very rightly.
Thank you. Thank you. Geez, I wish we had the whole day to talk about this, but we need to move. We need to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Adeji, for those essential insights on security and regulation. Which I think it's based on what you say, it's clear that we need to make sure that security and regulatory compliance is very important, especially when you talk about the sustainable growth of blockchain technology in Nigeria, I guess the rest of the region. Now, I want to shift our focus to another fundamental aspect of blockchain technology. I think I'm going to start being very stingy with time. So, Ms. Buki, I'm giving the platform to you, and I would like you to touch briefly, because of time, in terms of, I want us to talk about smart contracts. That's another very core concept in blockchain. And I think if I look at one of a recent research that I read, is that Fortune Business Insights, they actually indicate that smart contracts, at the end of last year, they were valued at 1.7 billion. However, even though this area or core concept of blockchain is growing, there's still very much, it comes with challenges. It comes with, maybe let me just say, when you talk about challenges, there's a lot of issues around the legal enforcement and dispute resolutions. So to help us navigate this uncharted territory, can you, again, being conscious of time, can you explain smart contract in simple terms and then maybe discuss the potential, well, some of the potential benefits and risk with its use in the Nigerian context. Yeah, and yeah, where are the opportunities and what steps can be taken to actually develop a legal framework in Nigeria that can address some of the, smart contract issues, whether it's I mean, allow it to promote innovation and at the same time protect users. Madam Buki, very brief. I'm
Thank
going to be
you so
stingy with
much.
time.
As I was just thinking of how to do that in a short time. Okay, smart contracts in simple language. They're self-executing contracts. We call them if and then contracts. So you basically have a set of codes. You give it commands. If this happens, for events, if this particular action happens, then this particular action will follow. And everything is executed in forms of code. So that's why they call them Turing complete or self-executing contracts. So the code controls the execution. And that's how a lot of the networks like Ethereum and other networks actually function. So basically with smart contracts. This has now brought about the conversation of, will code, replace regulation? Since if we have self-executing contracts, then why do we need the physical contracts? So that's a whole different conversation, but that's what they are all about. So smart contracts permit trusted transactions where you don't need a middle party, you don't need a central authority. People can conduct business peer to peer and have the contract control the terms of their agreements. So that brings about the trustless aspects of code or of smart contracts. So that's basically what it is. It's mostly be created between two parties, like I said, so it's mainly peer to peer, and then sometimes it has triggering events like maybe a deadline or a certain action that needs to be performed before the second or lasting transaction is actually conducted. So we have several use cases for this. The one I use most is for driverless cars. Smart contracts can execute. DeFi uses a lot of self-executing contracts to function. A lot of people are wanting to use them for insurance. You can use it for maybe like a toll payment. If I pass, if I get to the toll and I enter in my card, then this certain amount to be deducted from my wallet, something like that. So we're seeing that in the future, many of these physical face-to-face contracts that we have currently can actually be done via smart contracts. So that now brings us to the conversation of, are they enforceable? Because we're used to entering into physical or paper contracts with other people, or e-contracts as we have them now. They're actually enforceable, and the reason why is because for a typical contract to be legal and enforceable, it needs to have some certain elements, and the elements are offer, acceptance, consideration, and then maybe capacity, and intention to create a legal relation. So the consideration in this term means maybe a payment or a fee or an exchange of some sort of consideration. That's why they call it consideration. So the terms of or the factors that create a legal binding contract are actually there in the smart contract as well. So do we have an offer in a smart contract? Yes, we do. Let's use a driverless maybe Uber, for instance. If I get into an Uber and I shut the door and enter in my destination, I've given my wallet address. When the car takes me to the destination, it will charge me say $5. So do we have an offer in that? Yes, we do. Have I accepted? Yes, I have. Is there a consideration, which is a fee? Yes, there is. So actually, it's basic tenets of contract law, are make a smart contract valid. We also have to look at digital signatures. So now we have a lot of e-signatures. Most people now sign their documents, with in an e-form or digital format. and regulation does recognize digital signatures or electric signatures. So do you have a signer? You make sure that the document has not been tampered with. And generally, electronic signatures now under the law in various aspects and jurisdictions of the world have e-signatures as valid means of authenticating documents. So the e-signature in having your wallet and signing or validating a smart contract is also valid and is also legal. So that means for smart contracts taking place on the blockchain, you have legal and enforceable contracts that are actually taking place. So what other question was
Thank
asked of me? I think that's about it. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Like I said, it's so exciting. I'm overexcited. I feel like a kid in a candy store, but time. We've got so many other people. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. I guess for to close off the myth of around blockchain being a get quick scheme, I would like to bring in Madame Francisca. Again, be conscious of time. 5 minutes. Um, I guess one thing that we all need to agree that education is very critical component in terms of demystifying the blockchain and making it accessible to everyone. Um, I guess where we'd like to hear for our audience, Madame Francisca, is that let me bring in my own as a researcher. Is that cryptocurrency holding by women is still very small when you look at man. And if I look at a research done by Grenco Research recently at the beginning of the year, it's like holdings by women. Yes, it increased from 18% to 30%, but we still have a long way to go. We still have a long way to go. I guess my first question for you, which you can cover in 2 minutes or so, is that this disparity basically highlight that there's a need for more inclusivity, right? So what are some of the specific challenges that women face when we are, especially from a Nigerian perspective, entering the Nigerian cryptocurrency industry? Can you share that? And as you share that, maybe you should also share that what are some of the successful initiatives that are working to empower women? I guess you, me, Faith, and Buki are examples of that. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Crypto lady, are you talking to me about 3 minutes? No, you're
the
not
best,
talking to me because I'm gonna beat about the bush for 3 minutes, okay?
the best you can do, my lady. The best you can do, my lady.
Okay, GM everyone. It's morning here, so I always say GM. I don't know the time. It's afternoon. That's a good afternoon to every one of you. Thank you for having me here, Faith. And I'm so delighted to be here and for giving me the opportunity to speak to this well-esteemed audience. Thank you. I greet my guy here, Mr. Chuta. I greet you. I greet everyone. Charles Okafor and the King of Zamunda is here. I greet you. Okay, so thank you, everyone. So I'm so excited to share my insights on this subject matter. Before we delve into that, anyway, let's understand that one of the key values of blockchain is the fact that is decentralized nature that eliminates the need for intermediary. Okay, so when we say it's eliminate the need for intermediary, we are not talking about it's gonna eliminate the traditional system or whatever. No, no, it's eliminate the need for intermediaries, a third party, and security is high security and the transparent ledger system. So for few of us that may be wondering what this transparent ledger system is all about is in a simple theme is a record keeping system where all entries like transactions are visible and is also accessible to all participants or the public, like you see in the block scan when you do your transactions and you go there to view the transaction. So there's nothing absolutely that I'm going to say here that you haven't heard or come across because I have addressed this similar topic in previous offline events. Okay. So, however, I will improve on the existing solution and also bring some idea from my own perspective. So, it's time we kind of retrace our steps and start thinking of how to actually use blockchain to create a viable product. Okay. Now, when I talk about viable products, a whole lot of things has been in existence, and tomorrow this person, let's not have this cryptocurrency as a whole, as a get rich scheme, like Mr. Chuta and Buki has also addressed a few minutes ago. So let us understand how we can use this blockchain to create something viable, right? Because sustainable, when we bring value, of course, automatically is going to improve on the financial system of the solution that the blockchain, of course, is going to provide in that aspect. Okay. So, over the years, we've witnessed several blockchain use cases, but today many of those products are not really viable. Rather than just, speaking about the backbone of cryptocurrency, being the backbone of cryptocurrency that we see today, let's unleash other values, blockchain has. Let's start with in finance. One of the solutions that has stand the test of time is layer two blockchain that is facilitating the security and the scalability of layer one blockchain. Okay, so we are also still speaking about that finance aspect. So now, in this aspect of creating a viable product, what I mean by this is that how we can use blockchain in land registry and insurance as well. Okay, so now, in terms of land registry, how can we actually use blockchain in that aspect? Now, we can use that in storing data, information about people's lands, about how people can easily, for instance, if you want to buy a land, okay, if we have all those data stored in blockchain, it's very easy for you to access it, okay, to verify that this land actually belongs to the person that you are buying that land from. Okay, so another thing that we can use in blockchain is insurance, how it's going to revolutionize our current insurance system. So blockchain can, do this by streamlining claims, processing, okay, and enhance the transparency by reducing the fraud that we have in insurance. A whole lot of fraud that is already in insurance. So how is it going to do that? By storing policy claims and claims on data, and also issuance can, automate the claims process with smart contracts, resulting in a faster payout and lower the administrative costs. Of course, you know that when you insure, what if it's your house or your car, anything that you want to insure, the back and forth you pass through, because those people are trying, making sure that they mitigate fraud. So all those information, if we have them stored in blockchain, it will be much more easier to access. So another thing is the streamlining. Another value it has is streamlining our payment system. So one of the significant applications of blockchain is this streamlining of our payment system, right? So by eliminating the need for intermediaries, blockchain-based systems with these payment systems can, facilitate faster payments across the border, and also make the whole process more secure and affordable for us. So another value that it has is the DeFi system, right? So in this DeFi system, if we can implement lending, decentralized lending, borrowing, and savings opportunities, thereby making it more accessible and affordable for everyone.
Mm,
So
mm.
another thing, I hope my time is not up anyway. So I'm trying to, as much
I,
as possible, to cut
I
this
want
short.
to
Okay.
Yeah, I want to rope you in because I want us to zoom in on one particular thing that is basically important for me, for you,
Okay.
for the likes of Faith, for Crypto Mama, is that if we look at right now in terms of the role of um, women in this blockchain, is that we are overpowered, right?
Okay.
Overnumbered. I guess the question is, what can be done to make sure that we encourage women participation in the cryptocurrency? Because right now, if you look at, there's a study that was done by it was a company called Forex Suggest, and they surveyed 50 top cryptocurrency companies, and in the founders team alone, only 6% were women CEOs. And then when you look at the other representation in senior position, it's only about 20%. I guess the one thing I would like to touch on is that, what can we do to make sure that there is proper representation for women in the cryptocurrency blockchain environment, especially when you think about the women and the girl child?
Okay. Okay.
I
Okay.
think
That,
you can give us your experience. I think your experience would be really and advice would be really important.
yeah, sure, sure. Okay, okay. One of the things that let me start with my own experience when I started, getting into this cryptocurrency space. One of the things that actually inspired me was the events, the educational programs, how how it was made accessible for us. Okay. So one of the ways we can empower women in this crypto space is the use of educational programs and workshop. Okay. So now if we have more of these initiatives, created already, I think we already have so many of these, like Mr. Chimeze, what he has been doing over the years, is enough empowerment, right? So now, if we have more of people coming up with these good vibes of cryptocurrency, the initiatives and all of that, that is going to help a whole lot of women, organizing initiative to teach women about blockchain technology, cryptocurrency and the application, through award recognitions, that is going to encourage a whole lot of women to get into cryptocurrency. Another thing is through support and through support networks. Okay, so if we can establish support networks, that will, you know, i- connect women with
Mm,
experienced professionals in the crypto space, that is going to get they are going to gain a whole lot of insight, and build confidence, and help them to navigate the industry more effectively. Okay, so now let me give an instance of, as a founder of CoinRateCap. One of the things that I've done in the past is that I've gained a whole lot of support. Now, when I started CoinRateCap, the whole thing, financial aspect of it was really tough. But when I started gaining more, support from different people financially, to, facilitate the whole process, and, navigate the system. And that was enough motivating for me. So there is a crucial importance on, if people can support women out there, people that are building something, a solution in the in the blockchain space. If we can support them, if we can encourage them, if we can network with them, and all those things acts as a motivating factor that can actually drive the women. And I
mm,
can tell you this, women, or right now, women, a whole lot of things are happening in the crypto space that many people are automatically, joining this space. One of the things that has been driving it, like Mr. Chota stated, was this airdrop, tapping, stuff like that. You can imagine last time someone of 13 years old, chatted me up and say, "Man, how do I download my wallet? I'm tapping, stuff like that." A whole lot of people are doing this, airdrop. You found out that this particular system that has not really been in existence for many years has actually automatically, onboarded a lot of people, both
mm,
women, both men. So automatically, I would say that in that aspect of women being financially, we are sufficient enough in that aspect. But what we need right now is how we can, support these women, motivate them, continuously. This is something that has been ongoing, but we need more and more, we need to strategize more to
Yeah. Yeah.
bring in more women into the space. And
Yeah.
one of these ways is true, like I said, is through awarding them recognition and supporting whatever thing they are building in this space. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
Christy,
a
before you
it,
continue,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
before you continue, I just want to let everyone know that there's a giveaway task to be done. So you can look through the comment section or the pinned posts. You try to retweet them. So at the end of the day, you can have yourself winning some reward from Nook blockchain platform. And we also have different people who are here actually watching. And as much as you try to participate in these tasks, seriously, you avail yourself the opportunity of winning some cool dollars. And I also want to encourage all the listeners to do where to retweet the space, follow all the speakers on the speaking role, try to encourage them, by following them, giving them a follow, because what they're actually dishing out here is the value addition to your success in the industry, or being sustainable in transacting and navigating the cryptocurrency and blockchain ecosystem. So please do well to follow everyone and retweet this space for a wider reach. I believe what you're getting here is very, very good. It's amazing. So do not just enjoy all of this yourself. Try to invite everyone to join us here together. Thank you. That's all I have to say. Go
Thanks,
on, please.
Faith. I guess to give thanks to Francisca as well is that you've actually given us an idea for a next topic. I think there would be value in us having a kind of focus. The next session, probably one of the next session, is something around, let's look at women in blockchain, and I guess there are many topics there to explore. But that's a story for another day. Thank you for, for the for the insights, everyone, in terms of our first myth. Now we're going into our second myth. Here I'm going to be very stingy with time. Apologies, everyone. And as Faith said, let's follow each other. Let's share the that we are on this platform and we're learning a lot. And in the next myth I would like us to tackle is that look at cryptocurrency are here to replace traditional finance. Is that the case, really? And to debunk this, I would like to start with Faith. You have your hand up. 1 minute.
Yeah, I just wanted us to recognize the presence of Tola, the king of Zamunda. He has just joined us. And yeah, he wasn't here when we introduced him earlier. So I
Okay,
believe
great.
that when it is done, he will do a proper introduction of himself.
Okay, great. Great. His session is up in 10 minutes. That means that I'm so sorry, Mohammed. There's so much pressure from you. So my next question is debunking the myth of cryptocurrencies are here to replace traditional. I would like to start with Mohammed. And I want him to share how blockchain technology can actually complement. Is there a way? Is it true that cryptocurrencies are here to replace traditional finance? We've heard from Chuta and everybody else. So I guess my question is already when Faye started the conversation, she spoke about the results from the enhancing financial innovation and access organization that I think she shared results from way back, whereas the recent results from last year actually show that 74% of Nigerians are basically, yeah, in terms of financial inclusion. So my question now is, Mohammed, I'm going to give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes is the best I can do for this section. Is we're seeing traction, right? We're seeing a lot that's being done in terms of getting financial inclusion here. I guess my first question for you is, can blockchain-based solution promote financial inclusion by providing Nigerians with an alternative way which would allow for them to access financial tools and services, and in return push the numbers, from where we're at right now? The floor is yours, Mohammed. I have 10 minutes for you, meaning 5 minutes for this question and 5 minutes for my next question.
All right, thank you so much for having me on this conference. I want to commend the organizers of the conference for bringing together this resourceful gathering to share information and also the meat around blockchain and cryptocurrency. It's very critical for us to have this conversation to clear this, because this is the narrative and advocacy I've been doing for quite a while, almost a decade now, around different verticals in different markets. Yeah, I had this in Nigeria 2 weeks ago. From there, I came to London Tech Week. I had the same conversation around it, and just go back from Toronto, Canada, from Collusion, same conference around it. Yes, financial inclusion is very significant challenge in Nigeria, because we have a large portion of that in terms of population that lack access to traditional financial services, and blockchain-based solution can promote that inclusivity in terms of providing Nigerians with that alternative and more accessible financial tools and services. Yes, because blockchain-based solutions they can do that, provide those kind of alternative by accessing financial tools and services, hereby some of those blockchain solutions can be addressed financial brain around decentralized identity, because the blockchain-based digital identity can enable individual to access financial services without traditional identification of documents. Then also through mobile payments. Mobile payments, blockchain-powered mobile payment services and systems can facilitate secure, low-cost transactions, even for the unbanked. I quite remember the product, the guys and they built the chats platform that was built by Deji and his team, which is a very interesting platform, and which has some of these components of that financial inclusion penetration, which has a drive and direction around making that very important. So the third element of it, it's around remittances. Blockchain's enable remittances platform can reduce transaction costs and increase the speed of that international money transfers. I remember there's a blockchain company that I came across, which I advised, well, right, what's it called? They're doing interoperability in terms of payment, whereby you can be able to move your payment irrespective of your location or region. FusePay, yeah. So they've done a quite very interesting platform that really coordinates around this financial this financial penetration in terms of financial inclusion down to the grassroots around that. Then digital wallets. Digital wallets, we all know there are blockchain-based digital wallets that can provide a secure and easy way to store and manage funds, even for those without traditional bank accounts. Yeah, and the fifth element of it is financial literacy. This is a bad bedrock of everything. This is like the foundation of everything, because blockchain platforms can offer educational resources and tools to improve financial literacy and empowerment, which is very key. And we've seen the kind of how it has unlocked a lot of potentials beyond Nigeria, where people who don't have certificates are earning, be able to understand is about skill-based knowledge economy, which they get trained by a certain community, and with the likes of what the Blockchain Nigeria user group is doing, and that community has been able to empower a lot of young people, at the comfort of their decks. So there's also the sixth element of it is around financial infrastructure. Blockchain-based infrastructure can provide a foundation for financial services, reducing costs and increasing accessibility for those financial services. By leveraging on blockchain technology, Nigerians can actually gain greater access to financial services and promoting financial inclusion and economic empowerment. I clearly had to mention these examples because these are like practical things that really happen around those metrics. I gave the example of the charts by convexity, as well as the FusePay guys of Fintech. So these are all solutions that actually cover these areas of that financial inclusion drive in terms of
Mm.
helping and providing Nigerians with more accessible financial tools and equipping them with the right skills and knowledge to drive that and power them. Because when
Yeah.
you have people have access with tools and services, you give them power. And when they have power, they can be able to different power can come with from economic empowerment, knowledge empowerment, skill empowerment. So those three
Mm.
verticals of empowerment can really help and really unlock the potentials of every nation, not beyond Nigeria.
Yeah, yeah. I guess this will take me to my next question. It's good that you brought this up, right? You've mentioned about skills empowerment, and I think one thing that we cannot run away from is the reality is that if I look back to a recent report by the World Economic Forum, a lot of people don't know understand that the blockchain technology, the whole value chain, has a potential to create a lot of opportunities and in that way contribute to economic what's the word, economic growth,
Empowerment.
right?
Yeah, growth
Yeah,
empowerment.
empowerment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
growth and
So
empowerment. Yes.
yeah, the World Economic Forum, from what I understand, is that they are projecting that the blockchain is going to create 40 million jobs by 2030. I guess where I need you to come in, since you spoke about skills right now, is what new job opportunities might emerge, especially looking at our young Africans, and how can we ensure that the workforce is equipped with the necessary skills to thrive in this evolving landscape, and in the sense, like, contribute to economic empowerment.
Yeah, it's a very good question. Thank you for this question. It's very important for us to understand the various efforts and the kind of impact. That's like what this forum is doing, this conference now, this virtual conference is doing. It's about that knowledge sharing, which is very, very critical and which is lacking. What what you don't know, you don't know. And now the world is a global village. You can be able to learn irrespective of your location or region. You don't need to be at the point of that border four corners of classroom before you could be able to learn a skill or information, right? You can do that right from your smartphone. That's why I say a lot of people, when you're blessed with a smartphone and internet, you can't tell me that you're poor. You can't tell me that you can't eat. You need to think out of your box by looking at how best do you come up with things. Blockchain technology has a potential significantly to impact the future of employment in Nigeria and globally, right? The statistics you just shared is just like it's something that has been capped in terms of being very let's be moderate. We don't want
Mm,
to like blow it because now I can
yeah.
just proudly tell you that those numbers have been even beyond that. We beat hit up that threshold in terms of the
Mm,
kind of what's it called that we've done. But presenting, the both opportunities and challenges, there are some potentials and implications for that because the new job opportunities, just like blockchain developers and engineers, cryptographers and cybersecurity experts, smart contract developers and auditors, blockchain consultants and strategists, data scientists and analysts, business like the kind of digital asset managers and traders, blockchain focused lawyers as well, and regulators because they are very critical because we need to be regulated, we need to be guided, we need to get our learning colleagues to guide us about different what is usually legally or not, how so that we can be able to know what's our threshold. And
mm,
educators and trainers in blockchain technology, which is one of the kind of core elements that what we're doing as well, my company. And the impact of it and how best do we look at it in terms of making sure that how blockchain can impact the future of employment, right? In that the job opportunities are there, just like when I mentioned those are very few of them that we can be able to use, but automation of certain tasks in this industry like finance, logistics, and supply chain management, this can really enhance transparency, and bring accountability in such industries, governance, healthcare, and energy, as well as
Yeah.
increase efficiency and speed in terms of data management and transactions,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So if we want to ensure the workforce is equipped with the necessary skills, we need to do certain things, right? One, we need to invest in education and training programs, focus on blockchain and technology, and we need to also encourage upskilling, reskilling of existing professionals. There's a lot of upskilling and reskilling. A lot of people, yes, they've learned this thing organically at their own comfort, but they need to sharpen them. That's why I need to commend what Twitter is doing with the community there.
Yeah.
It's a very huge work in terms of guiding to reshape, and sharpen their minds around understanding the new metric, what is happening, what is in vogue now, right? What you learn is already outdated. How do you utilize this
Yeah.
skill? What are the pointers you need to utilize in terms of making this happen? That's very critical in getting this done.
Yeah.
And for people who know, the meaning we have been actually doing that. We've trained over 30,000 Nigerians on blockchain last year.
Nice.
And when we're going to do that again this year, because we feel we need to have more of that. That's a small
Mm.
number for a population of over 200 million. We need to have that.
Yeah.
That's not 1%. So we need to have more people doing that. We know Convexity, different players are doing the cyber chain. Everyone is doing different things in terms of, but we're all going on the same vertical. It's about knowledge, right? So number three is develop blockchain related curriculum in universities and vocational schools. We've done some steps ahead as well in terms of trying to see how we can have a handshake between the industry and academia. That's very critical. The industry knows a lot, right? But we don't issue certificate, we issue skills. So we need to have that knowledge sharing. We need to be on the same table with the academia so that they can understand what are the methods, how do they infuse this kind of training into their curricula. It's something that
Yeah.
we've done. I'm not sharing
Yeah.
something that an idea. We've done it with Base University 2 years ago. We went there, we did a curriculum mapping. Computer science every day. People graduate from computer science, but they can't power a computer. They can't do anything. If you tell them to stand up or do a PowerPoint presentation, they'll be looking at you and you'll be looking at them. They'll be looking at the computer. They don't have the knowledge, they don't have the skill. So we told them that it's enough is enough. You need to understand blockchain has come to stay. How do you adapt? You need to tap into it or it will let you go behind. You'll be selling outdated certificates and training outdated people without resources skills to be able to learn that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so
Th-
that's really very, very important. So number four is around fostering collaboration between the
Last
industry
one.
player, academia,
Last point.
and government, having the three nexus. I was very good in time. I'm a very good speaker, my dear.
Yes,
My
you
first,
are.
my first speaking, my first part, I did 5.5 minutes. I have 4.5 minutes. That extra that you need to lift back to add up to this time, because you gave me 10 minutes. I timed myself as well. So very importantly, because this this is normal to me. So this number four is around fostering collaboration between industry players, academia, and government. And I'm happy with doing that. We're achieving that growth in Nigeria. There's a blockchain policy. We put a lot of advocacy to drag the government. We don't feel like, oh, the government don't know it all. Yeah, we need to knock at their doors, tell them that how do we engage and share information around this certain element before they can be able to come up with different policies that will make us which hunters that will make us very uncomfortable, that we can strive in and do business comfortably, right? So we need to really engage and also do that. So we need to also promote, that's number five, promote online resources and courses on blockchain technology, because that will really help in terms of ensuring a workforce is equipped with the necessary skills. Then we also
Yeah.
look at how to encourage innovation and entrepreneurship in blockchain space. It's very critical for that. And we need to also develop policies and incentives to attract international blockchain talent, just like what's going on with the blockchain policy that has been just constituted by the Nigerian government, Ministry of Science and Technology, and NIDA. It's a very critical element that we have to celebrate, that also see the need for that coming into play, right? So we need to also foster that culture of lifelong learning and professional development. A lot of people in the blockchain industry, yeah, they feel they know it, or they feel they're doing well, and they don't want to really look into deeper in terms of going into that professional line, right? There's a lot of thin line between love and hate, right? So if you know things, if you know have a certain skill around what's it called, you need to connect to a certain community that will put you under a professional body. That will be your umbrella association to be able to speak to you and also guide you on certain steps that you want to take. So I believe if we proactively address the skills gap and embracing the opportunities presented by the blockchain technology in Nigeria, this can position itself as one of the success of evolving global landscape. Very, very
Yeah.
importantly.
Yeah. I like that the point that you said that, I mean, the structures in terms of education that we have, it shouldn't be once off. It should be a lifelong kind of learning. But yeah, thank you for your insights. I guess what we can take is that it's there's a lot of opportunities, not just about developers or softwares. There are many roles for every one of us in project management, legal, regulatory, marketing, even I as a researcher, education, cybersecurity, and so much more. So yeah, I almost feel like this could be the whole day conference or 2 days, but we're out of time. But thank you so much, Mohammed, for those insights on how blockchain can drive economic growth and create jobs. And I guess building onto that, um, you've already kind of told us how blockchain could potentially shape the future of work. So because of time, I want us to move to
All right.
our next person online,
Thank
and
you for having me.
yeah. I think all of this is like we need to have faith. We need to have a conference for 2 days, right?
No, it's
For three
fine. It's
days, because
fine. It's fine. You can say
the audience are really, really good. And in terms of time, we have to be conscious of time. I think this is a lesson. This is a lesson. I feel like I'm getting, when you're getting you eating a really nice meal and you're just getting a little taste of it and you can't have the whole plate. That's how I feel right now. So I think this could be a feedback for the next session. But my last part of this session, I would like to bring in the last person to talk about myth 2, right? And this is Mr. Tola, King of Zamunda. You were not here when we were introducing you. It's good to have you. Um, I'm sure a lot of us know Tola. Again, I can say King of Zamunda. He probably doesn't know me, but he knows that I follow him and a whole of million other people. He's a founder of Crypto Masterclass. He's a blockchain and crypto social impact specialist. And yeah, I guess there's a lot that we can hear from him in the next few minutes before I close off the my session, which is Myth 2, and then Faith will take over for the rest of the session. So yeah, Tola, thank you for joining us, Tola. Thank you for joining us. Why do I have an echo? Okay, anyways, I guess what I would like to ask is for Tola, right? Is when we look at blockchain, apart from the monetary stuff, there is one thing that we can't miss and we can't ignore. And that is, what is the social impact of blockchain? And if we look at so many studies done, right, blockchain projects have the potential to impact social challenges, especially in our region, because we are part of a developing region, right? So I guess I want to give the floor to you, right? Can you provide, as from your expertise as the social kind of impact person, how blockchain projects are already making a positive impact, and in what sectors are they making an impact? And maybe you can give us a perspective in terms of the initiatives that can be adapted and scaled to address the challenges that we face as, I want to say Africa, but I don't think Nigeria is problems are different from the rest of the region? Mr. King of Zamunda, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Everyone's mic is muted, but I'm guessing that was Crypto Lady Africa, right?
Yes, you can
All
come.
right. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. My name is Tola. Of course, the King of Zamunda. And when we talk about blockchain social impact, there are things we need to look into. Okay, so for us to achieve the social impact, we must look at who are the players, who are the top players, and how are they trying to. Someone's mic is on. I'm hearing echo. So and then we try to understand how are they trying to foster this social impact. So this will now take us to who are those we want to impact. Now let's look at education. What's the percentage of education in Nigeria, for instance? Extremely low.
Hello, sorry, please, we can't hear you. Your mic is very low. Can you speak into the mic? Thank you.
Is it better now?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So talking about the social impact, we want to look at who are the top players and how are they trying to achieve this social impact. Then that takes us to who are those to be impacted, right? And then we look into education. So majority to be impacted or onboarded are not learned, right? So this means that the players must, as a matter of fact, come down to their level. If we are to talk blockchain, cryptocurrency, from Bitcoin's perspective, trust me, we won't have this current onboarding going on. We won't have it. Because when we talk about Bitcoin, we're talking about the mempool, the Amazon Web Service, the hash power, the hash rate. It's very difficult for an average man on the street to understand or assimilate. An average Mohammed, an average Tola, an average, Folake to assimilate. So instead of we going, in it, we gonna, we come down, like law, base for Kurumbe. All those things, they will be able to relate more, and they will be willing to listen. So when this is done, the ripple effect is that it will help us to achieve that mass adoption that we always talk about. Mass adoption. And of course, financial inclusion. I was extremely glad. I have the picture with me. I've not posted it. I was extremely glad when I went to a suya joint just a few days back, around 8 p.m. while waiting on the queue. So I asked the suya seller if he has liver. He said, yes. So would you like payment in cash or transfer? He said transfer. And then he called a POS merchant. A Northerner, And the guy said, sir, this is you. Good to see you. That he follows me on X. I was like, oh, really? I follow you on Twitter. All these things where you post, I do I do not coin. I even want $60. I was like, oh, really? But it was sad because he sold, and the price of Notcoin, if it was sold to that present day, would have been more than $300. And it was like, say the team pay me, which I go do. I say, okay, you know what? Just wait. There will be pullback. So I was trying to tell him about others, like the Amstar Combats and the Preservers, everything. He said is on everything. He showed me his phone. In fact, this guy created a WhatsApp group for his friends that whatever is being posted, they discuss in the group. So this is the social impact we talk about. But if we take the education from the top, talking about Bitcoin, about the technical part, it will be very difficult for that guy to understand, to assimilate. For the first time in history, we are seeing mass adoption in the Web3 space, even when people don't understand what they do. We've seen pilots in the cockpit tapping. We've seen random market woman. We've seen random Okada riders, engaging in Web3, even when they don't know what they are doing. So this will help to foster the adoption and, of course, the financial inclusion, because as time goes on, they would realize and understand that, they can actually send money, receive money without intermediaries. So as the players that we are, we must ensure that we come down to the level of the masses and ensure that we onboard them the right way. And then what are the areas you are looking at to make to foster what's it called, to foster the mass adoption, to foster the onboarding process? We must look at current trends. What are the current trends? In 2017, we saw ICOs, which didn't onboard much. So 2021, we saw NFTs. But right now, we are seeing GameFi. GameFi in the sense that Telegram said, you know what? You don't need to build your standalone platform. You can build and then you deploy on Telegram. Because Telegram has over 900 million monthly active users. And of course, Telegram is the 6th largest mobile application in the world. And then we can easily, see the bigger picture in play via GameFi. And as time goes on, there will be more of these that will be deployed on Telegram. So what if by tomorrow, WhatsApp is to start something similar? So as it stands now, GameFi is one of those things. SocialFi is another factor. We've seen people connecting their X account, to a third-party API, and then they make posts using the $sign for them to get points. And then we are seeing more of that happening to the point of even the owner of this platform, Elon Musk, saw all those, and he was not a bit comfortable with that, and he sent a warning for social farming. They will be told the resource and their accounts will be suspended. We've seen, top accounts be suspended. But the first remains that SocialFi, GameFi, out of so many, are some of the, main factors that are helping to onboard, these users, and it's working perfectly. So, because of time, I would like to, round up here. So, in summary, the players must ensure that they come down to the level of the masses, and by so doing, onboard them the proper way and oblige them the proper education. Thank you.
Thanks, Tola. I like that you mentioned something that is very important, that a lot of people, I mean, even not even people, companies, when you are entering a market, you make assumptions. You make assumption that everybody is educated, but you forget that there are different pockets of people, different levels of education, different levels of understanding. And all of those, as much as you might have a Christie that is not educated, but she can she can use her smartphone. There's a potential for a market for you, right there, which goes back to a term that I like to use, like a one size fits all approach is not, it won't work, but there is opportunity, especially from our region where we're not tied to legacies, and we can leapfrog into something that works for our people and we understand our region. I guess my last point then is, you've already kind of touched on it, right? We can't, when you talk about get to the levels of the users, one of those realities is that there is a huge digital divide. It's not a Nigerian thing, it's an emerging market thing, meaning Africa is also included, right? So the digital divide is that the last data that we got is that you've got the internet penetration in Nigeria is 55.4%. That was last year, meaning that not everyone has equal access to technology in the internet. But I guess my last, feedback from you is that the audience would like to hear is what do you think are some of the strategies that need to be implemented to bridge that digital divide and make sure that all of those uncles, including the guy that you meant and he made us $60, and there could be many million others, how can we bridge that gap and make sure that they still participate in the future of finance and tap in the opportunities that are presented by the blockchain technology, which you understand very well that there is a lot for the average person.
All right. Truth be told, internet access in Nigeria is not cheap and it's not swift. If you want the best of internet services in Nigeria, you want to go for Starlink, and it's not cheap. So I understand that part. And for this to happen, I think the government just has a lot to do with providing cheap and accessible internet. Just take for instance, you go to our airport, you can't even bank on the internet services. It's so embarrassing. You are traveling from one state to another state. You have several internet outages. It's so embarrassing. So I understand that part. For those in rural areas, they may not know what is going on. But I think if there is an initiative to get them satellites, I'm talking about Starlink, it could help to, to foster, to improve internet access in those regions. But then, as it stands now, we just have to, keep brainstorming on how, as a group, as individuals, how we could, provide. My friend, Mr. Tony, he has this plan to provide Starlink to some hostels, in some tertiary institutions in Nigeria. You still have that plan in the pipeline. So, funnily, even though I'm committed to Web3 onboarding, I've not even thought about that as it stands. But notwithstanding, I think it will be part of my initiative as well. If it's also twice in a year, so I may look at particular region where we provide them internet service, and perhaps we subscribe for 1 or 2 years for them to have access. Because truth be told, many of these people, they come online. When they finish their stacks, they go offline so as to save data. So I get that part. So if internet is very sufficient, I think it will improve the efficiency and the speed of the mass adoption we envisage, surely. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. Jeez. I don't even know what to say. Like I mentioned, it's like I'm eating food and I'm just giving a taste. This is the end of our first part, where I am hosting. I am now gonna give it back to Faith. Thank you everyone for for listening to me and my questions. Faith, please come in.
Wow, Christy, thank you so much for holding it down there. I can tell that the last section on Meet 1 and Meet 2 has been adequately dealt with, and I believe that our audience have gotten a lot of values from all our speakers. So because of time, we are going to move right away into Meet 3 that has to do with blockchain is bad for the environment. As we mentioned earlier, these misconceptions arises from the high energy consumption linked to specific blockchain protocols, particularly those relying on proof of work mining, right? Like Bitcoin, for instance, which utilizes a substantial amount of energy to validate transactions. So today we are going to have Mr. Benjamin Zigwe Ali shed some light on the complexity of these issues and explore some promising advancements within the blockchain space. So Mr. Benjamin, you have the floor. Thank you.
GMGN everyone, I want to believe you guys are hearing me loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear you, and this is good afternoon.
Thank you very much for that reminder. Compliment everyone. So, in view of the short time that we have, one best way that we can pretty much digest this myth and pretty much put things into perspective is to immerse ourselves into pretty much a case study or context. And from there, we together will come to an agreement to this narrative if it's true or it's not true. Because there's a lot to say, but again, it's important that we keep it professional. So let's start. Far back in 2022, something happened in the world. And pretty much we may not see the dots, but pretty much today we're going to connect the dots. So what happened in 2022 was the fact that a country called Russia pretty much attacked a country called Ukraine, right? I'm not a journalist, so I will not be in the verge of telling you who was right and who was wrong. But another big player came into the scene called NATO, or what we call Europe. And pretty much they had to place sanctions on Russia. Pretty much I want to believe the sanction was to cripple Russia so that Russia will come back and say, hey guys, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it again. But the reverse was the case. Russia on the other side changed the terms of the bilateral relationship with Europe. And for the past 2 years, it has had a drastic impact on the economy of Europe. What am I trying to say? Russia decided to change the terms and conditions for exporting gas, oil, and coal to Europe. And anybody who resides in Europe, who understands Europe, they know that at some part of the year, which is winter, virtually the infrastructure of the entire Europe will go to ice age, except they heat or they burn energy to sustain that infrastructure. Now, if you ask me, I would say Europe would have come back to the drawing table and say, Russia, we are sorry, let's just remember that we are brothers. But on the contrary, Europe decided to phase out her dependence on Russia's fossil fuel. That put in motion a narrative. Let's not forget we are immersing ourselves in a case study so that we can draw life lessons from it. So they are phasing out their dependence on Russia's oil, gave rise to what we call the Versailles Declaration in 2022. Now, among the many things that are in the works, which is in their roadmap, is that first and foremost is the fact that they will enforce energy efficiency, they will enforce management of consumption of energy, and they will promote a more circular approach between the manufacturing of energy and the consumption of energy. For a layman perspective, this means that whatever device that you have that consumes electricity, the Versailles Declaration is giving you pointers that in the future you either do away with that device and go and buy energy efficient device, or you will pay heavy in fines. Now, one of the infrastructural narratives that will be affected the most if this is gained is the global payment infrastructure, the traditional banking infrastructure, our settlement houses, and even the clearing houses. When I mean this, I'm referring to the Fed wire operated by Fed Reserve having at least 7,000 institutions under it. For the UK, we're talking about the clearing house automated payment system called CHAPS, which is sponsored by the Bank of England. It has probably about 30 direct partners and over 5,000 indirect institutions under it. For the European region, we have what we call the Trans-European Automated Real-Time Cross-Settlement Express Transfer. Is called Target. Now, Target covers the entire Europe, and it doesn't stop there. It includes the Central Bank of Bulgaria. It includes the Central Bank of Denmark. It includes the Central Bank of Poland. It includes the Central Bank of Romania. It doesn't stop there. It covers about 999 direct partners as institutions and over 3,000 indirect partners. It goes down to even interbank payment infrastructures like EPN, like SWIFT. Why am I saying this? This very global payment ecosystems are currently are currently in business because they have high-end computers or mainframe systems 100% dependent on electricity. To put things into perspective, it means that data shows that the entire banking ecosystem spends to the tune of 4,981 terawatts of electricity. Thus, if this policy is a success, there are two things that's going to happen. The first thing is that it's not going to be an electricity galore. It's not going to be an energy galore as it was before. So these guys have two options. The first option is either they scale down their power consumption to meet these new guidelines, or they look for an alternative technology. And this technology must have two things at the topmost. The first, that this technology must have equivalent or even better transactional throughput. And most importantly is that this technology must be energy efficient. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no technology right now on the face of the earth that meets these two criteria except blockchain technology. Now, this now takes us into blockchain technology. And Mrs. Buki have done an excellent work by pretty much creating the narrative, and I'm happy to build on it. Now, when we come to blockchain technology, of course, everybody knows we have two options: proof of work or proof of stake. And there's a lot of criticisms around proof of work, to be specific, the Bitcoin blockchain. But if you ask me, even with the Bitcoin blockchain, looking at the consumption that the banking sector consumes in a year, around 4,981 terawatt hours of electricity, while Bitcoin consumes 120 terawatts of electricity, you will agree with me that even Bitcoin as a proof of work consensus protocol is way more energy efficient than the traditional banking infrastructure when it comes to energy consumption. But it doesn't stop there, because there's even something even more better. This now takes us to the concept of proof of stake. Now, let's be very, very clear with ourselves, is the fact that behind the scene, even the World Economic Forum is recommending blockchain technology. This is not just because of the hype, it's because the numbers backs it up. So for someone to come and say blockchain technology consumes a lot of electricity, pretty much the person is a little bit blind to the fact that the traditional banking infrastructure consumes virtually 50 times more electricity than even the most consuming blockchain option. But let's not just wrap the curtains on that. Now, let's put ourselves into perspective. Let's assume we are past this stage when it comes to global adoption, and all the key players that has to do with global adoption are playing their role. So pretty much we're at that stage where we can... Hello, is somebody speaking?
Yeah. I'm just trying to let you know time is going.
All right,
and
thank you very much.
I would like you to round up with your submission.
All right, thank you. So let's assume everybody, we are at that stage where we can make payment with crypto. Let's say, for instance, you are Tesla and you really want to sell your vehicle to me, and pretty much you have the option either to accept payment in Bitcoin, which is proof of work, and payment in Solana, which is proof of stake. If I give you the numbers now, I'll let you to choose. If you choose,
I would like to jump in here, Mr. Benjamin.
all right.
Speaking of proof of stake, you've said a lot about proof of work, and now jumping into proof of stake. Let's try to narrow it down to Nigerian context. I would just want you to go direct, just by telling us if there are other consensus mechanisms that can really offer a more sustainable alternative for blockchain networks, particularly in Nigeria.
Yeah, the other alternatives options, if our point of emphasis is energy, or rather options that are cleaner, I think proof of stake or dedicated proof of stake stands supreme, because instead of you burning computing power to pretty much verify transactions, pretty much is the function of your stake in the blockchain. And that's very important because, first of all, it aligns with the global narrative. As we move forward, there is a global advocacy for cleaner technologies. Thus, even if you're a web stack developer or you're a policy developer or even you're an investor, building your solution on existing blockchains like this puts you at the forefront. You shouldn't find yourself in a situation where you are plugging your solution from an alternative blockchain into a proof of stake blockchain because the narrative is not in your favor. That's one. Second thing again is that it should be cheaper. It should be cheaper because it costs less of energy. And I think the cheaper it is, the easier it is for you to do. So all policymakers, all stakeholders pretty much can come to fusion or conclusion easily than should in case we have an alternative blockchain that comes with a lot of computing demand.
Okay, yeah, that's really very nice and very insightful. And for me, I think everything you have said has been centered around, the latest technology advancements and different initiatives that are actually paving the way for a more sustainable future for blockchain technology.
Exactly.
So I would say now striking a balance, yeah. And I want to really, for the sake of our audience, I want to, learn or ask around other way that we can actually leverage that will really foster growth and sustainability, and particularly in Nigerian context. What strategical, how can they strategically adopt and integrate blockchain technology, while remaining committed to its environmental sustainability goals, that has been outlined in the national determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. I'm sure you actually made mention of that while you were, discussing about the sustainability of the blockchain technology as regards to power consumption and all of that. So I would really like you to throw more light on this, maybe in a minute, so we can continue to the next speaker.
Okay, one key thing about green blockchains or energy efficient blockchain is the fact that it waters down to even the less energy demand computing unit, which is your smartphone. So let's start from there. And pretty much most of the blockchain narratives that have exploited disadvantage, you can see it in the way wherein people who are unbanked, people who are in different parts of the world, with the little computing input that they have, they benefit from it. I think Tola has done an excellent job on that. And pretty much looking at the reality that we have in Nigeria, when we talk about infrastructure, let's talk about power. We cannot build a lot if computing power is a core. So the fact that proof of stake, in another language, energy efficient blockchains can water down even to mobile computing units, which is pretty much smartphone. This is an advantage that policymakers, solution developers can exploit and build something, and it will not cost them pretty much till their kingdom come. And I think this is something that even outside Nigeria, most solution developers are exploiting. They are not building this solution that has to do with mass adoption around blockchain that are energy consuming. They are building the same solutions around blockchain wherein the computing demand is way cheaper as compared to the proof of work alternative. And I think policymakers, institutional investors, and even developers within the Nigerian mainframe can build on that, build their solution, build their legislation, and even build their education on these advantages. And from there, we can move even to higher heights than the way we have at this point.
Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you so much, Mr. Benjamin, for these clarifications that you have made. That's actually involving, involving around the energy consumption. So now let's shift our focus and explore the broader potential of blockchain with some of our other panelists that have not spoken. And this has to bring us into the next myth, which is the myth 4, that has to do with blockchain technology, being too complicated for everyday Nigeria or everyday citizen of any nation. So this is actually our final meet, and we will address the notion that blockchain technology is too complicated for everyone. And to this, it will help us to debunk, and let everybody know what what the meet is about and where to go from here. And to discuss this, we have Etienne Okeke, who is going to be speaking on crypto adoption and trading, because there is this myth that is actually busting for many Nigerians, and it surrounds blockchain and cryptocurrency. And it says that people are actually encountering a lot of hurdles to be able to access crypto exchanges, right, for Nigeria. So with Etienne Okeke, we would know how we will be able to have access to different crypto trading exchanges. Yeah, that will help, I would say seamless trading transactions in the country. So Etienne Okeke, you have the mic.
Hello, can you hear
So
me?
the question is, yeah. So the question
Yeah.
is, can you share a common misconception that you have encountered and how your accessible exchange helps debunk it for new Nigerian users?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I'm super happy to be here. It's been a lot of very interesting conversations, hearing from different people across the world, talking about myths that have been happening in Nigeria, in Africa, or maybe generally in the crypto space, and trying to see how we better understand this space and the technology, in as much as the technology remains a little bit complicated. But I always talk about two things when it comes to crypto adoption and, will I say mitigating the myth, if I'm allowed to say so. So, number one on the list is user experience. Number two on the list is education. I know a lot have been said about education. So for us to push that adoption, which we are looking at, right? Builders like us, exchanges, wallets, and all that, we are always going to keep on seeing how we could better our user experience. User experience can come in different forms. And on the other side, on the other leg, we also get the education part where we have some very great guys and influencers and all that trying to see a lot that they do around that. Even us at Bitbarter, we have been able to build a product which we call Bitcode, specifically for needs around crypto education, trying to let people understand, the do's and don'ts of airdrops and even what to interact with or links to interact with. The saver link, just like a former speaker said that he doesn't do airdrops because of the high risk. So if we dive back a little bit into crypto exchanges, one of the myths is that uh, we see a lot of numbers, right? Especially in terms of exchanges, volumes being transacted in Africa or being transacted in Nigeria. Maybe we could argue that those numbers are correct because there's no formal, will I say, data center, or maybe from Nigeria Bureau of Statistics or from other statistic bodies that we could collect this data from. But we will say to a large extent, liquidity in Nigeria is fragmented, right? So it's also something that we have to see how we put this liquidity together. So exchanges like us could see how we better share this liquidity. So we understand quite now that because of the regulation and some numbers that people like Chain Analysis have been flashing, or the Central Bank of Nigeria has been pulling around. So it looks like everybody around the world is suddenly interested in the Nigerian market, different types of crypto services, companies, and all that. right? But people forget that, like the former host said, there are different pockets. You know, I think Mr. Toll also made mention of that, right? There are different pockets of people's understanding. So also do we have different pockets of people, of users, right? So when you come into the space, you hear all the billions and billions of dollars, then you think you are maybe like OPay or PAMPay, then you begin to attack the market in a certain way. Just like just like Mr. Shooter said, yeah, you what did there was a way he said it, you fuck it and you find out something like that. You fuck around and you find out, right? So so those are some of I think I've mentioned a lot of myths and misunderstandings people have about Nigerian market to be specific, especially when you talk about cryptocurrency exchanges and how it functions. Yeah, thank you. Let me stop there. Let me stop here for now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that beautiful insight. Yeah. So, with what we have said, it means that a lot of education needs to happen around the ecosystem. Yeah. So, and to that, we know that education is key to shaping the future. And I would want to, hear from you. How
Mhm,
does, because I understand you actually have an exchange,
mhm,
which is Big Brother. So I would
mhm,
like you to share with our listeners how your exchange or your platform goes beyond basic trading functionalities to empower Nigerians with knowledge about blockchain technology and the future potential of
mhm,
cryptocurrencies based on the fact that, like you mentioned, that crypto exchanges and trading, it's sort of censored right now based on the regulatory utterances that have been laid
mhm,
out there in the past months. But you still being a
mhm.
pioneer of a crypto exchange, how does your exchange goes beyond the basic trading of functionalities that will enable Nigerians to gain empowerment? Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
question.
thank you very much for that question. So, a little bit, I'm drawing from like practical experience, right? So, a little bit of what we saw or what we have learned is that um, a lot of people are interested in crypto, but also a lot of people need to be handheld. You see very smart people. You see people who work for very big corporations, like they are head of IT in banks and all those things. But when you still come about blockchain, managing private key wallet systems, block confirmation, mining and rewards, and all that, the person gets a little bit confused. You have to start recommending books and all that. So on several fronts, we made sure that all the outlets we have at Bitbarter, to foster this education part just beyond trading, because the retail investor is not so sophisticated in Nigeria. So how do you bring in this retail investor into your platform to be able to invest in crypto, whether he's trading or he's investing or he's just buying for keeps, savings and all that? So we found out that there is a whole lot of necessity for people's hand to be held, right? Proper guidance. So one of the things we did, especially last year, was that we made sure through our outlets, ranging from our social media to some other contact services, our Telegram group, and all that, we try to also not just talk about, where to buy coin cheap or where to buy with very low transaction fees, but we make sure we talk about, okay, what's even this coin? What are you buying? What's crypto? What's blockchain? How do you get access to this as a Nigerian? What are the pros and cons? How much you need to be aware of the risk of the assets which you are acquiring, be it a digital asset or a physical asset or a crypto asset, whatever form of asset, right? Although we are offering crypto asset at this point. So these are some of the things that we try driving through. Then at some point we got some crazy insight from the market, who was like, it was so astonishing, right? So we decided to come up with the product which I mentioned earlier, which is Big Drop, right? We said to ourselves, it's not just enough for us to put out content through our social media handles or maybe through help.bitbutter.io portal and some other faucets that we have, right? But could we build a product that directly speaks to this? And people could even benefit from it and all that. So we have free contents. I would say about 50% of our content on BitDrop is free. But if you need some more specific stuff, some more specific insight, you have to be a premium user, right? But being a premium user, you can also earn money by referral and all those kind of stuff. So for us, education is key. In as much as we are operating an exchange, security is number one for us. Scalability of our product and all that has also been super important for us. Liquidity management and treasury has been very important for us. But these are all things that concerns us as an exchange, or maybe most of them concerns us internally. But externally, we look at that the users that we bring in, we still have to budget part of our of funds specifically for marketing. We are not talking about influencing. We are not talking about marketing per se. We are talking more about education, right? So we took out about 2 to 3 months of our time to build a product that can specifically address this need in the market because we understand how important it is, right? And honestly speaking, Nigeria still remains at the forefront of crypto in Africa, but little has still been done. We see a lot of numbers flying around where they say 3 out of every 4 Nigerians understand crypto. I think that is wrong, right? Unquote, please. Don't quote me anyway. But I think that is wrong in my own personal view from what we have experienced in the market. But a lot of people are quite interested, and a lot of people are also open to learning it. But there's also that risk of people because they think it's a get rich quick scheme. Most people hang around because they think they can quickly make money from the scheme and all those kind of stuff. Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I'll stop here.
Wow, thank you so much for giving us more clarity of how your exchange works. And this has to, show that you have actually gone beyond trading. And by so
Yes.
doing, have been able to build and deploy a solution or a product that has provided that opportunity for Nigerians to explore as a form of educational resources or functionalities that introduces them to a broader potential of blockchain technology beyond just
Yes.
cryptocurrencies. So thank you so
Yes.
much for all you're doing in this space. And to this end, we would be riding up to the next section and bringing up the next speaker, which
Thank
will
you.
be talking on education. And he will be sharing with us some educational resources and strategies that can make blockchain more accessible to Nigerians. And this is no other person than Vindicated Chidi. Vindicated Chidi, um, speaking of education, building a strong foundation on education, we know that there are lots of educational resources for Nigerians out there. For me, a strong foundation in blockchain technology is very crucial, for informed participation in the crypto space. So we would like to know from you, what are some of these most valuable educational resources available online or offline that Nigerians can utilize to build their knowledge and understanding of blockchain and cryptocurrencies? Mr. Vindicated Chidi, you have the mic.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. Thank you. Good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, enviable crypto enthusiasts, respected brothers and sisters. I salute you wherever you are listening to me this lovely Saturday afternoon. So, yeah, I want to, before I answer your question, my dear, I want to first of all, the myth 4, blockchain tech is too complicated for everyday Nigerians. I want to say that this is not true. This is not true because whatever one does not know is bigger than that person. And whatever you have no knowledge of is what you criticize ignorantly. So this is where adequate education, adequate sensitization, orientation, and information is actually needed. Now, we all have to understand that the rise of cryptocurrencies has brought blockchain tech to the forefront of innovation and finance. Now, before we can even engage in resources or educational resources where people can understand what's going on, first of all, we have to understand the fundamentals. First of all, people have to understand the blockchain basis, understand the smart contracts and dApps, understand that there is something called informed decision making, understand what is also called risk assessment, understanding what is also called security and privacy, because this is very, very serious in the crypto space. So in summary, let me just say that a strong foundation in blockchain tech is crucial for anyone looking to participate in the crypto space. Actually, it will empower Nigerians to make informed decisions, to protect their assets, to contribute to technological advancement, and to engage responsibly in the crypto space. But then, now that blockchain and cryptocurrencies have gained significant attention globally, including in Nigeria, as the interest grows, so does the need for reliable educational resources. For example, there is something that we call the online platform, the online educational platform. We have platforms like Coursera. Coursera is a very, very wonderful platform where Nigerians can go and get certified. We have also an online platform called the Blockchain Council. The Blockchain Council offered certified courses in cryptocurrencies where you can go and get educated and even get certified. And they also offer videos and reasonable content that will help you to understand where you are. We also have the CAN online platform. We also have the IBM blockchain platform. So aside the online educational platform, there are also specialized blockchain and crypto learning platforms. We have the Crypto Zombies, we have the Block Geeks, we have the Concierge Academy. Aside these online platforms, we also have certified books and publications. We have the Blockchain Basis. The Blockchain Basis, it was written by Daniel Drecher. The Blockchain Basis is a very, very wonderful book that every person must try to read to understand the basics of the blockchain. We also have a book called Mastering Bitcoin. This is a book by Andres, something that everybody must understand, because if you want to dive into the crypto space, at least you must at least understand the Bitcoin, at least the Bitcoin, which happens to be the king of cryptocurrencies. This is something that each and every one of us must understand. Then, my favorite, if you have listened to me on Spaces, I always talk about the Book of Satoshi. The Book of Satoshi is a very, very wonderful book that every crypto person or everybody that wants to dive into the cryptocurrency space or cryptocurrencies world will try as much as possible to read, because the Book of Satoshi gives an insight on why, first of all, why the cryptocurrency in the first place, what gave birth to the cryptocurrency, the issue of the banking system, why Satoshi Nakamoto have to coin the name Bitcoin and the blockchain. So the Book of Satoshi gives us an insight. Now, apart from books and publications, there are sometimes we call the online community platforms. The online community platform is a very, very wonderful platform, because we know that there are most people that they don't actually like reading, but online community platform makes it possible for people to engage in Facebook groups, in various Facebook groups, various WhatsApp groups, various TG groups, and even now on X Spaces. Yes, the X Spaces have provided a valuable educational platform where newbies engage. If you have been paying attention to what is happening on X, at least the King of Zamunda always holds spaces, educational platforms on X. I also do mine on this X, where we have onboarded thousands of Nigerians and Africans as a whole to educate them about cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. So by leveraging these resources, Nigerians can actually enhance their understanding of blockchain and cryptocurrencies, stay updated with the latest development, and participate more actively in the global crypto community. So whether Nigerians prefer structured courses, interactive tutorials, or community engagement, the issue is that there is something new to learn and grow in the blockchain space. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's very, very insightful. Thank you. You've actually broken down different, strategies that people can use to be able to get onboarded on the blockchain space, trying to educate themselves through online and offline platforms where they can learn from. So going forward, we know that empowering through user-friendly, resources when it has to do with effective communication and user-friendly resources are very key to empowering Nigerians, to navigate the crypto space confidently. And I want to ask if you can share some examples of well-designed educational content or platform that simplify complex blockchain concept for a Nigerian audience. I know you have mentioned a couple platforms like on YouTube. The other book you mentioned is a Bitcoin Standard and all of that. And I also understand that we have different blockchain platform, like the one that was mentioned by I think Mr. Charles of Convensity, being the fact that they have an educational platform that is powered by A&D Forensics that, teaches people on how they can, get certifications in terms of cryptocurrency, forensics, or even being a smart contract, auditor. Yeah, so I just wanted to bring this to base, just to know that we have these platforms also existing in Nigeria and not just the ones that we have in places like Coursera, Udemy, and the ones that we can find on YouTube. So as a way of, continuing into the discussions, perhaps you still have more to mention. So that's why I'm asking this question. So people can really be, empowered through these platforms.
All right. Thank you very, very much. One thing about effective communication and user-friendly resources in the crypto space is that first of all, you have to, you have to first of all develop a love for crypto. Because whether we like it or not, for Nigerians that are newbies in the crypto space that want to dive in, you cannot dive into something that you don't understand, something that you don't have a love for. So there must be a love for this. There must be a motive, there must be an inspiration why you want to do this. Now, there are platforms that simplifies this concept for the Nigerian audience. And I'm going to start mentioning them one by one. First of all, we have something that we called the Binance Academy. The Binance Academy is a platform that offers comprehensive library of blockchain and cryptocurrency resources. They offer articles, they offer videos, they make sure that they at some point I think there are even contents that are also available in multiple languages. But I know that at least as a Nigerian, at least I know that our language is English. So there are all these contents and videos are well structured, even from beginner topics that can make you to understand what crypto is all about, and even at some extent interactive features like quizzes and video tutorials to better understand or enhance your understanding. So Binance Academy is a very, very wonderful platform. Another one is CoinMarketCap. Alexandria by CoinMarketCap also provides educational articles and guides. They do it in such a way that it is easy to understand. They are being written in simplified terms and simplified grammar that is communicated for everybody. And the one that I love most is Crypto TV Plus. Crypto TV Plus is a Nigerian based platform that offers news and educational content and also insights into the blockchain world. Okay, just if you go to the internet, you can search Crypto TV Plus, and it is going to also come out and also explain a lot of things. We also have a BitHub Africa. These are also platforms. And yes, we have the Nigerian Blockchain User Group, MBUG. Yes, these guys, it is a community-driven platform that provides educational resources and also organizes events to promote blockchain awareness in Nigeria. They offer meetups. There are meetups and conferences. There are online resources, educational workshop in various states of the country. So Nigerian Blockchain User Group is a very, very wonderful place to be. And also we have certified and verified YouTube channels. At least we know one of our own, Chris Ani. Chris Ani is into Crypto Hub. He provides tutorials, he provides insights, specifically for the Nigerian audience in crypto. We also have one of our brothers.
The crypto masterclass.
We also have our brother in the crypto space, Tindy. Tindy for real is also a verified YouTuber. He educates, he exposes many contents that virtually much, if you are not even into crypto, once you dive into his contents on YouTube, you are also going to enroll and understand everything that is happening. So aside that, these platforms and resources provide valuable content and simplify complex blockchain concepts that makes it easier for Nigerians to navigate into the crypto space confidently. Now, by utilizing these tools and these platforms, Nigerians can enhance their understanding to better make informed decisions and also actively participate in the growing world of blockchain and cryptocurrencies. Actually, last year, I and Mr. Benjamin Ali, we organized a class, a blockchain financial intelligence masterclass, where we onboarded a lot of newbies into the crypto space. We onboarded them. We showed them the pros and cons of the crypto space, and also taught them valuable ways to also profit in the crypto space. Because whether we like it or not, directly or indirectly, the cryptocurrency space provides a pathway to success. So thank you very much. I'll use my mic for now.
Wow. Wow, that's really nice. You talked about I think there's a place you mentioned community, so that brings me to asking about building a strong and supportive community. Do you think it is very crucial for learning and growth in the blockchain space? And how can online communities, like every day, we have people hosting spaces. One example of them is yourself with Tola. I think he has actually made it a duty, to be hosting spaces and other people. So, do you really think that having all these activities where people come to learn online, do you think it is very, very crucial, for the growth of blockchain adoption in the space? And is it just going to be on Twitter Spaces? So I mean, what role can other places, like maybe having meetup events or conferences, what role can they really play in educating and empowering Nigerians, about blockchain technology and cryptocurrency? And again, how would anyone go about this? Thanks.
All right, thank you very, very much. Actually, you know that one thing about education, the reason for consistent education is to eradicate something called misinformation, unverified information, lies. Because when you have the knowledge and when you are properly drilled in something, nobody can confuse you, nobody can manipulate you, nobody can lie to you, nobody can try to change the narrative because you know and you understand. That is why education is actually very, very powerful, because it kind of shifts lies and misinformation, which is something that have overtaken the crypto space. Now, in trying to talk about building a strong and supportive community, actually, you know that aside online, there are also local workshops that can be set up where newbies, or should I say participants, can come in and learn firsthand. It should be a physical gathering where newbies can come in, interact, because these things kind of brings about togetherness. It brings about togetherness. It brings about building a strong, active, and engaging community in the crypto space. But look at the issue. The issue is that, first of all, when we look at the setup and the organization, you kind of find out that setting up a conference or setting up such meetups down here is kind of capital intensive. Because, for example, when you set up a physical keynote speakers, you are going to need sponsors. You are going to need a very, very good location. This is very, very capital intensive. It is not everybody that can actually or carry out that venture. It is not actually easy. This is where online communities makes it very, very accessible and very, very easier. In the sense that if you look at what is happening right now on space, each and everyone, like for example, yours sincerely now, I have core communities that run into thousands of members. Now, if I say that I want to physically meet up with them, it is going to cost a lot of things on me. So look at where the online community makes it very, very wonderful. Right now, we are on X Spaces. Because of the advancement in tech, we are able to gather around here, and we are able to onboard thousands of persons that can actually listen to us in real time. It is actually something that is very, very wonderful. So now, the building an online community is, should I say, the easiest way, because I kind of see it that if you want education to actually go deeper, at least it should be something that should be accessible. We have millions of Nigerians using their smartphones. They won't have gone digital. So it is not every time that we meet up. Remember the security challenges and everything. Now, an online community makes it interactive, because right now we are on Twitter Space. We can talk to ourselves, people can listen to us, and if we still keep doing this consistently all the time, believe you me, it will be something that will be very, very wonderful. Not sidelining the importance of physical meetups. No, physical meetups are very, very wonderful, because through physical meetups, we can do something that is called hackathons, where people can come together, builders can come together, and designers, developers, entrepreneurs, and create blockchain solutions. But I still believe that we have not gone there yet in the country, because to me, I believe that the country is not yet crypto friendly. Until the country is crypto friendly, then we can have a lot of physical meetups. But right now, for me, I believe that the best strategy is what? Online community. Nigerians are scattered all over the internet. Various Facebook groups, various WhatsApp groups, sharing reliable and verified information. So through this process, we have promoted awareness. Campaigns are even going on online. A lot of Nigerians are aware of what is happening in the crypto space. They are actually aware, because pretty much you can just wake up in the morning and voila, you see an information on your WhatsApp group. And that is where this online meetup also makes sense. So now, in building a very, very strong, powerful community online, and to eradicate misinformation, I will advise that Nigerians, we should also pay attention to verified personalities in the crypto space. Who are you listening to? Who are you following? For example, when you come on Twitter, someone like I, Mr. Benjamin, Tola, and C4B, and all other crypto enthusiasts, you know that we offer verified information, because verified information is something that is actually needed in the crypto space. This is something that will arouse your interest in the business. You understand? So that is just the whole thing. Let me not waste our time. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much for that wonderful insight. Yeah, just to let our audience know, if you're just joining us, I want to bring your attention to the topic of discussion, and that is to debunk myths and shape the future, demystifying blockchain and cryptocurrency in Nigeria. And I am your host, Faith Titus Okafomba. So, because we believe that Nigeria, has that potential to revolutionize a lot of problems that are eminent in our country, and blockchain provides that opportunity for us. And to me and to every other person who believes in the technology, we know that it is a game changer, and we are here to learn about how we can really use it to shape the future for us, because it is transformative and it is happening now. And a lot of people believe that it is actually the future. So at the end, I would say going forward, we would want to delve into a different section that has to bring on Crypto Mama. I don't know if she's there. I've been trying to look out for her presence here, but while I'm trying to bring her up. I want us to, use the remaining minutes that we have, to make this section very, very interactive. We are focusing on specific applications of blockchain that can empower Nigerians, and to bring this to basis, we have Dev Mustafa, who will be handling this section, because when you're talking about unlocking value and tokenizing reward assets in Nigeria, we understand that tokenization allows, representation of an asset in a reward format, like property or artwork on a blockchain. So, Dev Mustafa, I would like you to share with our audience on how tokenization can unlock new opportunities for Nigerian businesses and investors. So can you share more light on this?
Everyone. Am I audible? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you, and this is good evening
Okay,
and not
yeah,
Jimmy.
okay. Good evening, and GM for those, in the morning. Thanks, Mr. Faith, Mrs. Faith, for giving me this opportunity to make my contribution. Respect goes to my leaders, Vindicated Chidi, Satola, Benjamin, and my boss Charles, and thank you, everyone. Actually, looking at the impact of the blockchain technology in Africa and in Nigeria, the impact and the use cases. We have to get back, to know what is the meaning of the blockchain itself. Because in this ecosystem, more especially in the Twitter, demograph, a lot of people just think of blockchain technology just all about cryptocurrency and NFTs. This is why it's very, very important to know what is blockchain. Uh, Blockchain, actually, for those of you that don't know what is blockchain, uh, blockchain is distributed and decentralized digital ledgers that records transactions across multiple computers in a way that ensures security, transparency, and immutable of the data. So, which is mean, it's just like something like a database. It is a decentralized database, being built using smart contract, uninterruptible database that cannot be edited, that cannot be altered. Actually, and this, blockchain, we can, utilize the usage of the blockchain technology in different aspects, in different use cases. We can apply the blockchain technology in our day-to-day activity. Just like real estate, the healthcare system, the supply chain management, the finance, the voting system, and digital identity also, energy sector, intellectual property, charity and donations, even government services also can, take advantage of the blockchain technology to have a very comprehensive and secured record. You know, when you are utilizing the technology, your security matters, even if your data, are intact, they are integral. So this is why the security aspect, of everything on technologies is very, very important. This is where the blockchain have come. Very, very importantly, not only the decentralization, even the security aspect. Even for those of you that are even in the blockchain ecosystem and the crypto ecosystem, you don't have to only go for the knowledge of trading and investment. You have to even go and explore more, on the cyber security, because whatsoever, the knowledge you have about the trading, whatsoever couple of thousands of dollars you will be making, if you cannot be able to protect yourself, just like what my boss have said, Mr. Adedeji, you will end up losing everything in the blink of an eye. So I am telling you this, and you have to take this serious actually, because I have seen a lot of people that have lost millions of dollars, thousands of dollars, in these spaces. They have worked hard, so it's very very important. So this is not a security session. Maybe we'll explore more about that, in the next phase. Blockchain actually, we can use blockchain actually in the real estate also. You can use it in the healthcare system management supply. You can use it in the finances. Why I said blockchain technology can be used, in the supply chain management, because it provides immutable record of transaction and transparency. It will make it very easier to track the journey of goods from origin destination. It enhances this transparency, because even on the crypto, blockchains, the Etherscan, the BSC scan, it's very very easily for you to trace the movement of currency from one wallet to another. So blockchain application, you can use it in different use cases. You can use blockchain technology even in the market, in agricultural section. You can tokenize your farmland, so that a lot of investors can participate also, and invest, in the tokens also, and that they can get, a share, a stake, from the farmland.
Okay.
And you can also,
Yeah.
more especially, you can also track, your goods, your products from the farmland to the store using blockchain technology. You can use the blockchain
All right.
contract also to upload the data, of the products, also be updating the movement of the products. There are a lot of use cases, a lot of application. I had the last speaker have
Okay.
even,
Yeah.
I'm coming a bit, please. That even said they are even using the
I want to
smart
ask you
contract.
the next question.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So you have enough room to, add to what you have in mind, for us. So, we're talking about real world assets. And like you've mentioned, blockchain helps us to tokenize them, and bringing those assets to be digitally represented on a blockchain, essentially by creating tradable fractions. For example, like you have gold, you want to have maybe like 20 gram of gold, and it's being deposited in maybe a country or a government treasury, and you really cannot get this gold, transferred to where you are, and perhaps you want to trade it at that point. You may not really be able to trade all of them due to its value, right? So with blockchain, it helps us to break them into tradable fractions, and this really unlocks several possibilities for us. And that's by, making you have like a fractional ownership of any tangible asset like gold or diamond or silver. So it makes you, for me, my own understanding, helps you to, have access to high value assets, and making it very very accessible to a wider range of investors, and not just investors alone. As an individual or anybody around the world, you really can access such asset or valuable asset through um blockchain tokenization. Yeah. So again, for me, I'm just trying to, add, because the reward assets being tokenized via the help of blockchain, helps to increase liquidity. And this is where traditional assets can be, cumbersome to buy and sell. So for, as a way of, addition to what you have said, of course, blockchain facilitates a more liquid marketplace for reward assets, allowing for faster and easier transactions. You also made mention of transparency and security. Of course, blockchain provides that secure and transparent record of ownership, and by so doing, it reduces the risk of fraud and streamlining administrative processes. Yeah. So, for Nigeria and in its own concept or context, I think that it actually presents a fertile ground for the transformative, potential of real-world assets tokenization. And this is going to bring about the next question I'm going to ask you, because I believe that real-world assets, and integrating blockchain, is actually a convergence that might benefit a Nigerian financial ecosystem, and this will boost financial inclusion, where millions of Nigerians, remain unbanked and they are underbanked. Yeah. So for me, the reward asset can actually offer alternative pathway for financial participation and empowering small businesses, enhancing efficiency. So even though there are a lot of opportunities like that we cannot really deny, yeah. But then we have to learn how to navigate these new territories, and this requires a lot of carefulness and consideration from our own part, and not just our own part as an individual. It's also, we also need to consider some regulatory frameworks, that we need to adapt, or that we need to maybe I would say constitute by the regulatory authorities, that would really help every one of us to, adapt and evolve, within the landscape, and by so doing ensuring investors protection and as well as mitigating the potential risks. Yeah. So, considering all this that I've said and all that you have said, I just want to hear from your own view. How do you envision the convergence of blockchain and traditional assets in shaping the future of finance in Nigeria? Can this convergence lead to a more efficient and inclusive financial system for every one of us? That's my question for you.
Okay, actually, this is a very, very good question, and this is something that we have to look in it, and this is where I thought about this is where the CNGN come actually, because they are the platform also that are trying to see how they can bridge the fiat, the local currencies we have, with the use of the blockchain technology to enable Nigerians to participate in the international trade, actually. The blockchain technology, actually, this is what we thought, the Nigerian government is supposed to do. And I will get back to what, my boss have said, Mr. Adedeji. I was opportune to be among the LS at the Ninth Assembly, during the last tenure. It's true that he said most of these stakeholders are not well versatile. They don't have knowledge about the blockchain technology. This is why it's very, very hard for them to even accept it, to even sit with us, to even see the impact that it's going to make to the national economy, actually. But now it's they cannot deny it, actually, rather than to see how to make it very easier and to regulate it, actually. I will use the case of the CNGN, actually. Is a great example for us to see if we can utilize the technology, the innovation of the CNGN. It will enable us, we Nigerians, to participate in the international trade and make profits legally without having any hinges, without having any issues with the security agencies. Because one of the speakers have mentioned about we having license and identity in Nigeria, which is very, very important, because the harassment didn't even start coming, actually, because this is still early. We are still early in the Web3, actually. A lot of people didn't even know what we are doing. This is where, I respect all the people, like Vindicator HED, that have been contributing to the education, in Nigerian landscape. This is even where we come, the African,
Okay.
trying to see how we
Yeah.
can educate a lot of Africans to know and onboard them on the blockchain technology.
Hmm. Wow, that's really interesting. It's really, amazing to know that. Can you all hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah. So I was saying it's really very interesting to know that blockchain tokenization, can help traditional assets in Nigeria. Yeah, and it could revolutionize finance. Like I said earlier, and you have also mentioned that it's breaks smaller um investments or maybe high value assets, investment into fractional or like in smaller pieces, such that people can have access to it and, also create that opportunity for a faster transactions and, wider participation. So it's very, very, interesting to know that this convergence, has the potential to create a more efficient and inclusive financial system for all Nigeria. So I would like us to give, you know, audience to most of the questions that have been asked in the comment section. And like I said earlier, that we have to make this part very, very interactive. But then I want to use this opportunity to encourage everyone to please retweet the space. Do not worry. Very soon we are going to bring the space to an end so you can go have your Saturday parties and all of that. Yeah. So remember, we have a lot of giveaways. So I would like each and every one of us to participate in those tasks. And one of it would be following Nook. Nook is giving out $100, just for you to engage in their community or engage with their community, such as Sodatics, which is a product of Sonergy Data Technologies, which I am one of the lead person, or I would say the founder and CEO. So please try and engage with community social media handles, and again follow all the speakers, follow different communities that would really help you to learn about what we are talking about here and enable you to shape the future, on chain, yeah, and to yourself and family. So follow the likes of Blockchain Nigeria User Group, BAIN, which is Blockchain Expert Association of Nigeria. Of course, we have the Crypto Masterclass that is powered by Tola. Vindicated Chidi has a platform as well. I believe a lot of us have platforms like Convensity. As a person, you can actually go to the A&D section and get certification to becoming a cryptocurrency certified investigator. Yeah, as we know, there are a lot of crimes, fraudulent activities happening in the country. Like if you were here earlier, you can remember when Mr. Dedeji made mention of him not participating in airdrop. Why? Because he feels that because of the promises that comes around the ecosystem of airdrops, that it attracts a lot of bad actors, and these bad actors, we just cannot let them operate like that. We need to, and that's the reason why we need to, acquire skills and certifications that will help us to, track, monitor this ecosystem, just to make it safer for us to operate in. And again, demystifying the fact that, or the myth that is being said around it, that trading in this ecosystem is not safe and it's very, very difficult and complicated. So, and it's very, very complex. So how do we really bring the solution to most of these complexities that is around the ecosystem, is by us, engaging with such educational platforms, and not just engaging with them, but try to, as much as possible, that to have certifications, on them, so it will make us stand out, against our equals, and not just here in Nigeria, but anywhere around the world. So yeah, and like I did mention that we need to. There's a question. That's really, drives my attention, that really captured my attention. And from the audience, I don't know if Mr. Chuta is still here with us. If you're still here with us, I think this question is directed to you. Mr. Chuta, are you still here? Are you still here? I think he's no longer here, but I think any one of us can actually take this question. And after now, we'll bring on board or to speak to us, Madam Gift Shift 2. Yeah, but the question is, what are the security measures on DeFi wallet? How can definitely wallets be protected safely and perfectly? This question is coming from the comment section. Yeah, so anybody can take this question. Or if you're the person that asked this question, I can actually bring you up
Yeah,
to
let me
speak. Yeah, just try to be brief here. Direct. Hello, can you guys hear him? I want to be sure I'm not the only one who cannot hear him.
No, I think his network is having issues.
Okay, so Mr. Charles, yeah, I know that you're there and
something.
and I
If
am
it
in
is
the other
malicious, it
room.
will show you there. Then you cancel it. And it's very, very important, for you to know, the type of the domain of the website that you are connecting to your wallet. If the airdrop maybe is coming from, let's say, ton.ng, and you have seen maybe it's ton.xyz, so this is a scam, or ton dot something that you don't understand. So try to master all these decentralized exchanges, companies where domain, the website addresses, they ended with .com actually. So all the clone website, also the domain are not proper. The domain are very, very scattered. So this is very, very important. Thank you. And
Wow. Yeah.
let me use this opportunity also to shed more light about something. It's very, very important. For those of you, I know most of us are not even based in Nigeria. For those of us based in Nigeria, actually, it's very, very important for us to look into the project CNGN, because there is something I have seen there. Actually, there is something so powerful. We all know we are having issues, with the P2P exchanges, and the Nigerian government.
Yeah, I think a lot has been said around CNGN, so I would want us to move up to a different a point of discussion. Yeah, so I was going to invite Nook Onso, to speak to us about their projects. I think we read about her bio to every one of us here. I think they have an interesting project that they're actually doing in Nigeria, and it would be nice that we have an insight, of what they are doing. So please, Gift Shitu, in 2 minutes, can you please share your experience with us and your platform? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. If you can hear me, just let me see an emoji, please. Okay, thank you very much. So I won't take your time. A lot has been said. And just to wrap up, to speak very, very quickly about the new project. For those that are not familiar with the project, the new project is a community takeover project on the Solana ecosystem, community driven. And the main theme of this project is to empower a sustainable future. So thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. The new project is not just a token, or should I say a cryptocurrency. For us, it's a beacon of hope and a fusion of cutting-edge technology and unwavering commitment to positive change. And I'm going to explain why. Good nuclear energy use. I'm happy that one of the speakers here had already spoken about tokenization. So I'm not going to speak too much on that, but that is part of what we're all about. As we all know, nuclear energy often carries a lot of negative connotation due to the historical antecedents and misconceptions around it. And that is part of what we're trying to do. One of the areas that we want to focus on is the safe use of nuclear energy and nuclear technology. And this is in relation to sustainability and sustainable development. In line with what I do in my area of practice and a couple of members of our community, we have a global community of people from various parts of the world. We want to collaborate with various institutions to see how we can drive the carbon credit model. And what this model entails is basically looking at how we can drive blockchain technology into carbon credits. So basically, the way the model works is such that it's fixed into our day-to-day activities, our day-to-day use. I had someone speak about electric vehicles and things like that. So that's how it's going to work. We're going to tie this into day-to-day use of technology and then drive the whole agenda of all of the sustainable goals and the zero carbon, net zero initiative that we're trying to run. So on the subject of food security, for those in Africa, you know that the subject of food security is a major subject. It's a global challenge, and millions face hunger and obesity across the world. The Nuke token supports initiatives like Atoms for Food to address this crisis, and we ensure this by leveraging nuclear technology and also putting together initiatives. One of the speakers also said something that we're currently working on, and I was really happy. He talked about tracking your food from the farm, from when it's planted to the farmer to the point of delivery, and this is something that we're also currently working on. We know that food security is paramount, and this is one of the key pillars of the new community. And it's what we are building is going to be powered by blockchain technology. So every transaction is going to be meticulously recorded on the blockchain and provide complete visibility into the product's journey from the farm to the end user. Beyond this, I'm also really happy that we spoke about education, because we found in the course of our journey that education is a very critical issue. A lot of the people that we've onboarded into the project, we discovered do not know anything about cryptocurrency. And even with the giveaway, I saw that there were so many people asking questions about, do I use a MetaMask wallet? Do I use the Trust wallet? So it's evident that there's an educational gap that needs to be closed. And that is one aspect as well that we are here to solve. And that's why when we see initiatives like what is going on here right now in this conference, we always try to step in to see how we can support. We are currently building what we call an educational gaming technology app in collaboration with a company in Romania. It's a play-to-earn platform that rewards users with non-fungible tokens. It's not just about trading for us, but it's about actively participating in our ecosystem. And finally, what sets Nuke apart from all other tokens on the ecosystem? Nuke is a community-driven initiative. The Nuke token is a community-driven initiative involving professionals across various disciplines. I'm a lawyer. I have experience working with multinationals and local companies for years. Engineering space. Currently, we have people working in the agricultural space as well. We have already started interfacing with a few farmers and farms in relation to what we are trying to do in the food security space as well, and we're going to be rolling that out very soon. And also in the carbon credit space, we have a member of our community who is very skilled in this area as well. He is currently working on building the model and the technology. And the way this technology works is such that there'll be an implementation of a new nuke buyout burn mechanism. Upon the integration of a carbon credit feature, every transaction involving nuke tokens triggers a percentage burn rate. So this deflationary mechanism will ensure that the circulation of the nuke tokens would not just drop, but will also increase in value. So for Nuke, we are not just here to pump bags. We're not just here to give away freebies, but we're actually here for value. Because we know that if you give value, you are able to withstand and out exist every cycle. So for us, it's beyond just the bull run. It's actually how we are able to provide impact and provide value beyond even the cryptocurrency ecosystem. We also have an initiative on decentralized on a DeFi platform that we have in the works, that we are actually already in the works talking to a few platforms already. We can't speak too much on this because of confidentiality, non-disclosure, and all of that. But those are also part of the models that we are hoping to bring into the system to ensure that, like some of the speakers said, we are able to reach the unbanked population, not just in Nigeria, but in other parts of Africa as well. So the new community is here to stay. We're very enthusiastic about the blockchain technology. We're very enthusiastic about the Nigerian crypto space, the African crypto space, and the world at large, because we believe that beyond just the monetary benefits of what people think they can get out of this system, there's so much value that can be generated from it. And I don't want to take too much I don't want to take too much time, but I'll just invite anyone here, check us out, go to our website, read up, join our community, come on board, ask questions. As you know, this is the cryptocurrency space, so always do your research. Do your research, make your inquiries, and if you have any questions you want to direct at us, please do that, and we'll be here to answer any of your questions. Thank you so much for the opportunities to speak.
Well, thank you, Gift, for that wonderful insight on what you're doing. I can tell you're really building an amazing project, and I would, join you in calling every other person, to see how you can collaborate together and ensure that what you're building become fruitful and provide that opportunity for all Nigerians to benefit from it. Yeah, because today more of the things we've been talking about is about it's centered around financial inclusion. Yeah, so thank you for that submission that you've made on your project. And I know I'm going to bring up some persons, to ask live questions. Of course, we have someone here, Gerard West, with his hands raised. I'm going to call you up very soon. Yeah, so I just want us to, try to do justice to financial inclusion and adoption and education and all of that, making this technology um, gaining mainstream adoption in Nigeria. So, and we know that this cannot really happen without blockchain education, because we believe that education can bridge the digital divide, and especially in Nigeria. And by so doing, it will help us to focus on, different platforms like, where we have offline and low tech solutions, having workshops, radio programs, and even paper-based materials. This can help to spread the core concept of blockchain and cryptocurrency education, and also applying localized training that has been mentioned. So I'm just like picking out most of these as takeaways that we had from the Meet 4 panel discussants, and for us to also have like a wider reach of this blockchain education. Of course, we need to drive it through community outreach, and by partnering with NGOs and local organizations, this can help to really reach out to the underserved communities. And so as a way forward to this, or making this education accessible, I just want to throw this question to all the panelists. Everyone, feel free to address it. So, because we've spoken about different disparity, in assessing the technology across Nigeria. So, considering the significance in all these disparities, how can we ensure that blockchain education and adoption are truly and truly very inclusive this is an open question to all the speakers. So like in 1 minute, and by way of rounding up the conference, please, I would like you to share your view on the question. Thank you.
Good evening. If you're in Nigeria and currently in Turkey, so it's also the same time zone, GM, depending on your time location. I am Gerard West. I am here to educate you, learn from you, and I stand to be corrected. By the way, everything has been said. This space has been running for more than so many. I've been in the listener section listening. I bring you good tidings. Today is actually my birthday. I Everybody here, shout out to the
Oh wow, happy
yeah,
birthday.
shout out to the host, shout out to okay, boss wanna speak, shout out to Vindicated. Your boy, check out my pimples, check out my pimples. That's me, Gerard West. I'm for real. Bringing your yeah. I have an alpha for you guys. Before I give my boss the this thing, I bring you birthday gift. Show me love, man. My tune keeper is on my pimples. Mama, check out my pimples. That's me, Gerard West, man. I don't look like a sound though, but you know, everything has been said. Speaking on any other thing will be like a real reputation. So I come with a different vibes, you know. I have an alpha for you guys, just like Notcoin. Notcoin is an alpha for Telegram. Now the alpha is please don't fade me. Don't fade me. Mama. I think I sent it to you, Mama. Yeah. It's called Bump on Toonkeeper. I don't know if anybody have shared this. They are first of all they're partners with their partner already with Toonkeeper. Get Games and Estone. They are listing on Estone and you can trade. Toonkeeper, that is huge. So this is the nuts of Telegram. And we're early. And guess what? They have the automatic mining. What all you need to do is called Pro Bump on Toonkeeper. Get rich fast. You click on it, you know. You see farming, click on farming, you tap. Every 7 hours, you come and claim. Soft. You don't need to go there and start tapping. No. Just click it. It will be mining for you. Every 7 hours, you go and claim. Please don't fake this. They are partnered already. They are man, just go and check out their roadmap. I encourage you to read. Yeah,
Okay.
today is my birthday, man. Check out my peoples. Everybody, shout out to my bosses.
All right.
Boss
All
Tola
right.
Vindicated. Your boy
Everyone,
Gerard West. Let's
everyone,
fucking
that's Gerard West for
go.
you. That's Gerard West for you, you know. Thank
Okay.
you for giving us that alpha, and happy birthday to you. Yeah, so while you were speaking, I saw Mr. Tola's hands raised.
Question?
Who? I don't know. I think if you want to answer the question, please just signify by raising your hands. I saw Mr. Tola's hands raised earlier, so I don't know if you want to
Yes.
go on with the question.
Yes. Hello. Am I audible, please?
Yes, please.
All right.
Go on.
So talking about the mainstream adoption, we emphasize one thing is very crucial here, and perhaps one thing only, and this is where regulation has to come in. It is the truth. Regulation has to come in. There are people in the traditional financial sector, when it comes to putting their money to work, they will never do that outside what is being regulated by the government or by SEC. They will never do that. If it's outside, those environments, they won't do that. I've shared a story several times when I was just starting with cryptocurrency, just like a newborn again that wants to ensure that the fire of the Holy Ghost is being felt around him. So I was in Thomas Estate, Aja. A member of ours he pleaded for me to engage his daughter and his sister's children, the niece and the nephew. So long story cut short, the woman didn't allow me to execute my mission. She said, until I am able to provide those behind Bitcoin, the board of trustees, the CEO, those managing the account, just in case of if Bitcoin disappears, who to hold accountable, who are the insurance companies, all this. One of the reasons why it's like we are having, this low rates, despite the fact that it's in one way, we are seeing the great onboarding. But this onboarding we are seeing, many are coming from the angle of cashing out. We've seen funny images on the internet. TapSwap, Benz, Notcoin, Wedding, Amstar Combat, GLE. So all those things, because they have it's in their head, it's like, let's go here and collect free money. They don't have that. They don't even see themselves as part of the community. Even when they don't know what they are doing, they still want to take the money and go. So when there is regulation, it will even help to foster education. Imagine we being on radio station, several radio stations several times, and we are not allowed to mention cryptocurrency. Instead, we talk about, of course, Madam Faith, we've been in together several times. We have to be mentioning financial inclusion, this and that. So I think our government should just step up. I mean, look at us. When the percentage ratio, Nigeria are more globally on Notcoin, on TapSwap. We are dominating Amstar Combat. P2P market valuation before the government clamped it down was worth more than $500 billion. This is the same market for us. But the government maybe are not seeing the positive ripple effect. But I believe that if regulation should step in properly and appropriately, it will help to, foster the mass adoption quickly. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that, Tola. Regulation plays a very key role in mass adoption of anything. Yeah, so, and I know that as a result of this, NIDA has actually put together a national blockchain policy implementation committee, which is being chaired by our boss here, Chuta Chimeze. Please, I have actually sent you a mic request because I know that you have a lot of knowledge, to share around this mass adoption of blockchain and cryptocurrency. Speaking from the angle of what the government is doing as touching regulation, as Tola has mentioned, because I know that part of the initiative is to enable universities or tertiary institutions or basic education, incorporate blockchain education into their curriculums. I think that's part of the initiative that has been put around the national blockchain policy, but it's so, I wouldn't say disappointing, but somehow I would say maybe saddening, just because the processes of bringing this to, reality is being delayed. And, every day we have different, can you mute your mic? Oh, yeah, so a lot of the technology, even the world is not standing still. Things are moving fast every day. So, and I don't believe that as a country we should always be playing with this catch up mentality or syndrome. We're always catching up, but we are not usually ever ready to kickstart or maybe frontier and innovation. It is only when they have finished using it, perhaps they've used it maybe like a soap to use to wash wrapper and all of that, and spread the wrapper, and when that wrapper it's already dried, that's when we as a country will now start looking for the detergent that was used to wash such clothing and all of that. So please, Mr. Chuta, I think we need your own perspective of knowledge sharing as regards to um, education and blockchain education and adoption, just to make it inclusive. in Nigeria? And again, touching regulation, please, we want to hear your view on that.
All right. Thank you once again, Crypto Amazon. And thanks to everyone that has been in the call. The space has been so enriching and very informative, I must say. So when it comes to regulation in Nigeria, I want to believe that we understand that the um, the peculiarity of not having clear regulatory pathway for blockchain, Web3, and crypto-based kind of assets is not unique to Nigeria. It's a problem that almost every country in the world is facing such a problem. Even the almighty United States also are having issues with regulating and managing this unique type of asset. So, from the Nigerian perspective, the national blockchain policy document that has become an act and assented to by the president is one good step in the right direction. I mean, you give it up for them because look at us. We've not been able to do so many things or get so many things right, but at least we were able to push this one and got it to the point that the presidency had to sign it, even if they don't know what is in the document or what it's all about. But we got that thing done. And we're right now at the implementation stage. And if you also look at SEC Nigeria also is also ahead. Just go and check different countries. SEC Nigeria yesterday brought out a rapid assessment uh, interface on their website to enable virtual asset service providers to um, register themselves and request for assessment to prepare them for business. In other words, the wheel of regulation is grinding, probably not as fast as we might expect it to, but it's moving. That's the honest uh, aspect of this. So the policy document focuses on innovation, mass adoption, and education. Those are the three prong hooks that the policy is striving to pursue. And of course, the implementation committee, having both private sector and government entities as part of the committee, are poised to make sure that that document and the initiative behind it works. Because each time we come into our meetings and we're talking about, I always remind our colleagues in the committee that look, the future of 200 million Nigerians are in our hands because blockchain technology and Web3 are holding the opportunities for the economic transformation that we're all waiting for. I mean, there are not many opportunities that are out there that traditionally that we can explore. But this particular technology, opportunity to earn borderlessly, to earn globally acceptable wages, the opportunity to deploy products and services, and it will have global attention is huge. Just a few days ago, there's a Nigerian team that had been behind real world assets, and they launched the testnet of their token, RWA platform. And it's a blockchain platform on its own, having the same capacity with all the layer 2 solutions that we have been seeing up and down. It's not even a layer 2, it's a layer 1 blockchain infrastructure on its own. And this is happening right in this country. Okay, so there's so much more that we can do. And that's why I personally believe that having gotten this far in the drive for adoption, in the drive for the innovation, I don't think we're too far away from that day when we expect mass adoption. I think the same yesterday or day before yesterday, one of the Nigerian banks also announced opening a trading desk for crypto asset trading. A few weeks ago, I did an article on Medium calling for SEC to consider ETFs Ethereum, Bitcoin ETFs. You see, these things are coming in. And I guarantee you in the next 3 to 4 years, would have been far gone from where we are today, because these innovations would definitely become mainstream. Definitely become mainstream because there's not much uh, alternatives that are open to us. The only agency of government that has been giving us issues, which is the CBM, is gradually bulking in and giving way to the innovation that we are talking about. So for me, I see a bright future because I have believed in this technology since the past 7 8 years, and I've been trying as much as I can to make sure that I don't allow the circumstances that we see around us to dampen um, my belief that this thing can work, and we are gradually getting there. So thanks everyone, and be safe, and don't allow anything make you to give up on this technology. Whichever area you want to feature in, whether you want to build products, whether you want to work for a blockchain company, whether you want to be in the Web3 aspect, you want to run education, whatever it is that you want to do, stay on that path. We're almost there. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that wonderful contribution that you have made. While we were listening to Mr. Chuta, Crypto Mama just joined us. She was supposed to be here earlier, and I understand why she's coming now. So I would, want us to give her an opportunity to speak, around how women can actually be empowered using blockchain and cryptocurrency, maybe to build some career prospects in the ecosystem and all of that. So, Crypto Mama, please, you have the floor. Just in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sorry, I'm still actually on my way home, but then I totally forgot because I was very busy, like very, very busy. And it would be bad for me not to show up in this opportunity given to me, right? Good evening, everybody. Good evening to all the speakers, the host. Thank you so much for inviting me. Shortly, I'll be dropping by to just stand in a very quiet place and okay. I feel let me just step aside here. Give me
Okay,
two
don't worry.
minutes.
Yeah, let's just give you the time to maybe pull over somewhere safe, because it won't be nice that you're driving at the same time speaking. Yeah, so I don't know if we have any other contribution um about anything that has been said, but then I want to draw our attention to a particular question that was raised in the comment section, asking if the Mohammed Ibrahim Jega that spoke earlier is the same one that is seated as INEC chairman. Please, it's not the Ibrahim Jega that we know. It's a different Mohammed Ibrahim Jega, and he is the co-founder of Dominion Blockchain Development Solutions. So please, I need to clear that before you go and capture him somewhere, thinking that it's the same person.
Okay,
Yeah,
can
I
I
can
talk?
hear. Who, please?
My hand has been paining me since because I've raised my
Oh,
hand.
so sorry. So sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Please do me the honor to
Let
give
me
the floor to my husband, to my dear husband. Yeah, the one that has made this day possible. I am in the other room. Why him? He's in the main
Mama,
room.
what's
You
his
know,
name? Let General West do the honors for you. What's his name?
his name is Mr. Charles Okafomba.
Yo, Mr. Charles Soka Fomba, wherever you are. This is General West, your favorite Web3 hot boy in the building. We're here supporting your wife back to back. She's an Amazon queen, the woman that is hosting this space full of men. Man, this is a space of men, but I acknowledge every woman on this space, and your wife is the leader of those women. Shout out to Crypto Mama, every woman on the space. Your boy General West, I welcome you, sir. Shout out to you. Yes, fucking go!
Okay, thank you for that, Gerard. That was a very big shout out. All right, so okay, I wish you had not even bring that up. Well, anyway, what I wanted to thank you, Gerard. Thank you everybody that has been here so far. Aside me doubling as other hats I wear, I just want to contribute to one of the questions that was asked regarding security in the Web3 space. So, as far back as 2017, when the space was gaining much attention, and then the bad guys were coming in, they started focusing on what we call a pony domain, right? Pony domain. You can check that out. Pony as in you can even want to sound as funny domain self. PUNY domain. So that domain, it actually mimics an actual domain that doesn't belong to the company. Say for example, Binance, right? The I there will not really be the async I, right, that we know, but rather a different character, but your browser is seeing it as an I. So you have to be careful when you get such emails from your Web3 providers like Binance or the exchanges. Then you don't know that it is actually from scammers, and you click and you connect your wallet, and then your funds are gone. And speaking in respect to the question regarding how do you safeguard your DeFi wallet, then also for developers, I think I've brought that. I've already shared that before. You have to be very careful now, because a lot of scammers are now coming for devs, right? So they come to you either via a recruiter, or they come to you directly. Either they come to you directly telling you that their active dev has an accident, or the active devs have left their project, and then they need somebody to fill up the process, or to fill up the development, and then they add you to a GitHub for you to go through their project. The next thing they tell you is to try and run the project, so that they explain the project to you and all that. By running that project and connecting your wallet, because it's a Web3 project, obviously you are losing your fund, because you connect your wallet, your money is gone. Okay, so there are some smart contract that's already attached to the project they're asking you to connect and all that. Then safeguarding yourself too, safeguarding your wallet. If you have chance to make use of what we call an MPC wallet, that's a multi-party computation wallet. Although this is more of into enterprise wallets, right? But I think there are some that are making use of this for retail users. So an NPC wallet basically distribute the keys, and that means you have to be more than one or two. You have to be more than one for you to make use of such a wallet. So that's another way of securing your yourself in this space. Right. So there are lots of things happening. By virtue of us like Deji is no longer here. By virtue of us seeing or investigating crypto crimes or funds that are stolen from wallets and all that, we see a lot of mistakes. We see a lot of um, people trusting somebody else with their wallets, and then the person stealing the money and transferring it away and all that. So there are lots of ways you can protect yourself, but you just have to apply caution. Do not trust, verify, and don't be greedy. Don't be greedy, because that is the first thing that they use in hooking you in order for them to steal your money. I think everything already has been said around regulation and all that, so I'm not going to touch that. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, my dearly beloved husband, yeah, for that wonderful contribution on how to stay safe and play safe in the crypto and blockchain ecosystem. So while we were listening to him, Crypto Mama is back. So I would just want to allow her to speak to us, particularly as regards women as leaders, shaping the future of crypto in Nigeria, and how women can play a vital role, in shaping the future of crypto in Nigeria. What are the things that we as women should be encouraged, to be doing, to changing narratives, because as we know that this ecosystem is highly male dominated. So, but we need more women to be here. Yeah. So, Crypto Mama, please, in 2 minutes. Yeah. Crypto Mama, your hand is up. Can you share your insight with us? Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, Mama Gerard West can hear you.
Okay. I don't know if Crypto Mama can hear us, but her hand is up. Yeah, so while we're still waiting for her contribution, because to me, I think we should allow a lot of women to, contribute to our course of discussions, yeah, because I think if you empower one woman today, you're actually empowering a nation. Yeah, so whenever she comes around, before we end the space, of course, we should be able to do her that honor. So I don't want to keep us waiting. I still want
Sorry,
to ask
sorry,
if
sorry. Quickly, I just remember the question you asked before regarding adoption, right? And please, if you are in the crypto space, I'll be quick about this. If you're in the crypto space, please don't always think the blockchain, the blockchain, the blockchain. Um, Financial inclusion has always been before the blockchain came, and financial inclusion has always been going through hiccups, right? I've always been going through problem trying to get to the last mile. Now, why I'm saying this is due to our experience in the field. We have a blockchain solution that is meant for aid distribution, being supported by UNICEF and the rest. Now, getting to the last mile is a problem, because if you do not think about internet penetration, then there's a problem. Even the legacy financial system have that problem with internet penetration. So if you're taking up any solution that has to do with blockchain, and you want it to reach the last mile, that is those that are in the remote villages and all that, then you have to think outside the blockchain. Now, what I mean by you thinking outside the blockchain is either you are going offline, so you have to see how to adopt an offline solution into whatever you're building. It could be via SMS solution, it could be via USSD, could be via maybe NFC card or QR code, just anything that um, has to do with using other technology, and then the blockchain being another layer onto what you are building. All right. So that is one way of driving financial inclusion when it comes to blockchain. Blockchain cannot do it alone. You have to make use of other technologies as part of it. Thank you very
Can
much.
you hear me now?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, we can hear you. Go on,
Okay,
please.
better. I'm at home. I think Starlink is much more better. Um, wow, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for coming in late, right? Saturdays are always a busy day for me as a mom and as a wife. A lot of things to run around for. But I'm glad I'm here and to actually speak to not just women. I'm also be focusing on both genders, because as a lady in the crypto space, you need support, right? Especially for the married ones. You get. So first of all, I want to greet everybody in this space. I've seen OGs, Mr. Tola is here, a lot of big names in this space. I greet you all. Thank you for having me, the blockchain lady. So there are so many ways to actually include women in the blockchain space, right? Back then, when I started crypto, 2020, there were just few women in the space. It was dominated by men. And I'm glad that recently I'm seeing a lot of girls, married, unmarried, joining the space and are really making it well for themselves. But then there are a lot of challenges women face in the space, right? Now, as a single mother, as a married woman with two kids, sometimes I have to juggle a lot of things just to show up in the space. I have to juggle between taking care of the kids, bathing them, preparing them for school, cooking, going to like a lot of things. I have to do that as well as being active in the space. For those that knows me, I've been very consistent for about 4 years now in the space. I started as an airdrop hunter and up to date. I'm still an airdrop hunter, writing contents for projects, marketing and all of that. It has not really been easy. It hasn't really been easy. One of the factors that helped me to scale through that helped me to strive to this moment is the fact that I have a purpose, right? I give out I map out a goal for myself. There's one thing to dream, and is another thing to actually make that dreams come true. Some persons dream, some persons have that dream of becoming this, becoming that. They want to be this in the next 10 years. But the zeal to actually work in order to actualize that goal is the problem. There are so many ladies that want to be in the crypto space. They want to make name for themselves. They want to make money for themselves. But the actual zeal to keep or to be consistent or to take it serious is actually the problem. Do you get? So I actually have a goal for myself. I already have what I want to do, what I want to achieve, and what next. I draft out a way to actually achieve this thing. Right now, when I started, I noticed that it would be difficult for me as a mother to actually stand the test of time, like to actually achieve my goal, as to also make a name for myself in the space. And so I had to call my husband, right? This is something I've not spoken on spaces because I know that there are a lot of married women here have been having DMs of, Mama, how do you make it? How do you stay consistent in the space? I'm also a married woman, but I find it difficult to actually keep track of what I'm doing in the space. It actually hinders me to try to go ahead or move with my colleagues, right? So I spoke to my husband. I told him that this thing we are doing is no child's play. There are a lot of persons that have been in crypto for 5 years, but no result. There are a lot of persons that started crypto the same year I started, but no result. Right? I don't want to be like that. You know me, you know the person you married. I like standing out in whatever I'm doing. In school, whatever I want to do, I like standing. I don't like wasting my time. I like results in no time. And so you support me in doing this. You support me in doing this. If there are stuff you know you can help me to do, please. It's for the benefit of our families, for the benefit of both of us. Yes, two of us may not be able to do crypto together, but then since is the path I've chosen, let's support each other. He's my husband, right? I spoke to him and we have that mutual understanding, right? Because it is not easy to be on your laptop and you're breastfeeding a child and you're cooking. It's not easy. There are some men that will be pressing their phone and will expect you to do that your laptop while your one leg is in the kitchen and your one hand is on a baby. It's not possible. I'm saying it because there are a lot of husbands here and some of them don't support. They don't support the family. They feel it's the sole responsibility of a woman to actually do everything. Yes, but then supporting is no big deal. If you're supporting your wife to cook the same food you're going to eat and your children are going to eat, there's no big deal in it. Do you understand? And we had that understanding and it has been helping me up till today. And for from a certain level to a certain level by the grace of God. But I don't think that if that understanding was not there, I may have given up or I may have taken it as a side, like something I just come in once in a week or once in a while and just come and check and go. Do you understand? But I took it upon myself, and with the support of my husband, I was able to do this. Now, another thing is the zeal to actually make it. I call it purpose and consistency. Some persons come into the space with no purpose. Maybe they just see their colleague, right? Maybe their friends. I'm talking to females now. Maybe you see that girl or that boy posting screenshots of they just bought a house from the trade they just did, and you feel you just come in and you want to also make money and buy iPhone 15. You want to also come in and buy an Apple Watch. You want to buy a Versace bag as your friend. And you feel when you just come in, I don't think that's purposeful enough reason to join the crypto space. Do you understand? Now, when I came in, I told myself, I don't want my children to suffer the same way I suffered. Right? My dad died some years ago, I think 1997 or so. I hawk fish from villages to villages, kilometers away, selling things just to support my mom. And I told myself, my children will not see that, right? Those kids that are going for vacation with their families, they don't have two head. If I can support my husband, if I can do that for my family, it's something enough for me. Do you get? And so I put in my all in what I am doing. I don't, I think for the first 4 years in crypto, I can't remember when I bought a shoe for myself. I was making the money. I was making the money. But then I had a bigger picture. I had a bigger picture. Some persons there have my contacts for my close friends. They could testify. I think it's just recently I started to, okay, I think I've reached some certain level. Okay, let me start doing this. Let me start doing that for myself. But then I had a bigger picture, investment, family, and all. And I think that's goal, that's broad goal I'm heading to, have been able to give me that consciousness to stay awake till 4 a.m., grinding and looking for alphas, doing things that I know that if any airdrop is coming in this space, any based airdrop, if crypto mama, if I don't get it, that means it's not a fair airdrop. Do you understand? It didn't just happen overnight. It's consistency and the purpose I have while I came into. And I'm speaking to that lady listening to me. I know you're married and you're finding it difficult to actually stay consistent in the space. It is time for you to actually stand up, talk to your husband, or talk to yourself. How am I going to achieve this? How am I going to also make a name for myself? I want to learn that skill. I want to learn web development. I want to go into project management, marketing. I want to start creating content. But how do I start? I'm very busy. I have kids. I have things to attend to. There are ways you can go around it, especially if you are actually willing. I know women, we have the powers to do everything. If we want to do anything, we have the powers if we are willing to. Speak to your husband. Now, there's this disadvantage, or there's this thing that is affecting most women, right? Sometimes you may be unlucky. You get married to a man that is not comfortable when their spouse is making it more way better than them, right? I may not call it a narcissistic, what's the word for that? But then there are a lot of
Narcissistic.
men, yes, there are a lot of men that are not comfortable when their wife is any more than them, right? Sometimes you guys, everything you do, he understands. He doesn't see it as disrespect. But once you start any more than him, in fact, there's a way you greet him good morning with a high tone. It sounds very disrespectful. For me, I feel maybe it's natural. I don't know. But then you need to pray about it and also talk to him, because as a crypto, as someone into the crypto space or into the blockchain technology, there's higher chances that you make money more than your husband, especially if he's into maybe civil service, some unless he's doing very well in a very good business. But if you know what you're doing in the crypto space, there's higher chances that you earn more than your husband, and that's where the problem always comes in. So I feel it's a way you handle them from the beginning. Let him know these things. You guys should talk it out. Some already know your character, but then if the money start coming in, it's natural he feels because you start having money, you're disrespectful. It's natural. I may call it being natural, but then these are some of the factors that are affecting women in the space, sincerely from my own end. What I've seen from people I've heard, from some lady. I have a lot of ladies in my DM sharing their experience. Some, I think one messaged me last week and was like, how is she going to cope? That the husband doesn't even allow her to provide where he cannot meet up, that the husband doesn't want her to do anything, and is not supportive in the home, is not like supporting in terms of chores. So she's finding it difficult to meet up in the space before she bath kids, wash clothes, do this, do that. That is always very difficult for her. I told her she must put in the effort to talk to, because you cannot do it alone. There are some men that will not allow you to get a nanny. No, they will not. So you cannot. It's still between you and your spouse. So you need to work it out. This is one of the major reason most women are finding it very difficult to navigate the blockchain space, because it's not easy. I have 2 kids, and sometimes if my husband is not around, I do back my baby, tie him in my bag while I'm working, right? And while you're walking, if the baby is hungry, no matter how danceful you are, you must go and make food for him. And there's one project that is waiting for you to meet up, or there's one task you want to complete. So it's not easy being a woman, and still married woman in that matter, and still navigating the space. And for the single ladies, right, you have all the time for now to achieve whatever you want to achieve in the space. The only thing you need is being consistent. Yeah, consistency. And how can we as as a people, try to onboard more women into the space? Because even up to this moment, at least I'm seeing some women, a handful of women coming into the space, but then the men are still more like dominating. On my end, I've to some extent onboarded some ladies into the space, from my church, right? My neighbors, like from my immediate surrounding. I had an academy, right, where I onboarded a lot of people. Sometimes I do free classes. Now, these free classes are ways I onboard around like a lot of people, right? Because some persons don't have money to pay for classes. Okay, you want to speak? Go on now. Let me wait. You can go on.
No, I'm just trying to let you know to round up. Yeah, to
Okay,
summarize.
okay, okay. Let me summarize. Let me summarize from here. So, some of the ways you can actually onboard women into the space. From my end, I always like coming from my own angle, because it's a practical thing. I'm not more like giving theories, talking without practicals or ways I've actually practicalized it and it worked. So I try to do free classes once in a while in my TG, my WhatsApp. I host free classes, free podcasts where I teach crypto basics to women. I was part of um um there's this ladies group we had back then, founded by Oiza. It's called the Gold Diggers, right? It's a group of women. We hosted free classes for ladies in the space, teach them crypto basics and all, and how to navigate the space. But the power still lies in you as a woman. You can attend all the classes if you want, but then if you're not serious, if you don't have the the zeal and the purpose of why you're in the space that will actually help you to stay true through the course, you may find it difficult. You may find yourself from one class to another without achieving anything. Put it to yourself. After learning all these things on your own, be consistent, show up, read, read, read videos, do things yourself. You see thread, do this, do that. You follow the steps. Download YouTube, download MetaMask. Try doing this yourself. That's the only way you can actually navigate the crypto space, right? Aside from paying classes, attending different classes, it's all lies in your hands. Your purpose, consistency, and your goal, your long-term goal, where you want to be in the crypto space in the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. It all depends on you. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much for that emotional speech. I know you have actually spoken to women emotions and egos of men. Yeah, thank you for letting us know that as a man or men can actually champion women in Nigeria and blockchain crypto space, and that they can actually provide mentorship, guidance, support to aspiring female ladies. They can help in advocacy. They can promote women's achievement and expertise in the industry. They can also, create an inclusive culture where they can foster a welcoming environment free from bias, just like we're having this year. I mean, I am a woman and I am hosting this space, and if a man like my husband is not supporting me or have not supported me in this I would say in organizing this conference, I don't think we'll be here. So this goes to all the men, here and there, outside this place, to try and see how they can all, put their effort together to supporting their wives, their sisters, their girl child, even their mother. Exactly. So, and because, like I said earlier, when you empower one woman, you're actually empowering the nation. Not just like one woman, maybe a very good or virtuous woman. Yeah, you're actually empowering a good and I would say hopeful nation. Yeah. So as much as we are also talking about men championing women in the industry, we also need to realize that women supporting women is equally crucial. I've been in the space since 2016 till date. Of course, even though I may not have gotten huge following on Twitter, but I can say that I've been actively playing a huge role in the industry, and I've contributed a great deal, to the advancement and adoption of crypto and blockchain in this country. Yeah, regardless of the fact that, of course, there are a lot of hurdles. It hasn't been easy at all, where you go to conferences, meetups, and you're seeing men, and sometimes you want to like go back into your shell, but you wouldn't want to. And sometimes you want to speak up, as Africans and as Nigerians, and probably the way the Bible has made it that, as a woman, you need to be under your husband or the men. I mean, your husband is your covering. You have to be submissive. And sometimes when you speak out, it looks as though you are disrespecting. But in reality, that is not what you are doing. It's just that, for most men, I think they allow insecurity to cloud their sense of, I would say reasons or judgment. But however, as a woman, you also need to build capacity. Yeah, because there are some places that you find yourself, even as a woman, and you're interacting with your fellow woman. And when you hear them speak, you ask yourself, is this my fellow woman? And I mean, you'll be so ashamed, of yourself. So as a woman, try to, when you see situations like this, you try to encourage other women, counsel them, you network. Like I saw you speaking in a space. I haven't met you. I don't know you. I don't even have your contact, but I'm not sure you're following me at Crypto Mama. So that is women supporting women. But I felt like, because we're all women, we should all come together to, share knowledge, create the opportunity for people to leverage the low-hanging fruits that are embedded in this ecosystem, and be benefit from them. So as part of this, women, we should learn how to collaborate, and as a way of collaboration, the lady who spoke here, Gift, I don't know if she's still here, the one that is driving the nuke kinetic energy blockchain. Of course, from a Twitter space like this, I think it was on, I can't remember, maybe it was on Tola's space. And, when I spoke, she reached out, and after then, we've had one or two calls where I have to provide some kind of educational information on how her community can leverage my own platform to monetize their data and earn from it. And today we are talking. I don't know if okay, you were not here earlier. The lady, the co-host, she's all the way from South Africa, contributed to what we have learned here, what we have all enjoyed here today. So if women are not collaborating, I don't think we would have such an opportunity to, work together. So we should also try to celebrate ourselves, celebrate our accomplishments. Let us not always try, drive that narrative of people saying that now women they usually have problem and all of that, you know. So yeah, so a way of bringing the curtain to a close. I don't know. I still want to leave the floor open. I don't know if anybody have a question to ask, so we can end this space maybe by 7 p.m. I don't know if you all agree with that. Can we end the space of this conference by 7 p.m.? Yeah. Is there anything that you have you wanted to say or that you've not said, and you just want to contribute your voice to that? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Tola. Okay, Mr. Tola,
Oh,
please.
yeah. Okay.
2 minutes. Yeah.
I just want to say this, please and please, please and please, please and please. Many of us, when you hear our story, it's very difficult for you to believe the.
Sugar Daddy, we cannot hear you.
Is it better?
I can
Is it
hear
better
him.
now?
Yeah.
Yes, better.
All right.
Yes.
As I was saying, many of us, when you hear our story, our background, it is very difficult to believe. I have seen, my post on blogs and the comment section, they will be like, no mind now. Now, y'all guy, where are these guys? So it is very difficult. It's because they are yet to come to this reality that how can one make money from thin air? It does not exist. The basic principle of money making we were taught in school is that you have to sell a product or offer a service. But the fact remains that these products and services are not being digital. That is what many are not understanding. So please, there are people, countless, that are waiting for when they would hear that Bitcoin has crashed, so they can come out and say, hey, I talk am now. It just saying we many said, those that know too much, by the way, I call them those that know too much. I know nothing. I just follow the wave. They'll be like Bitcoin will go to 10,000. They say that not because they are sure. They say that when it happens, they will come out and say, hey, you better tell you now. So please, don't be like them. Great things are happening in the Web3 space. Great things are happening in the Web3 space. And the more you stay on the sideline waiting for bad events to occur, the more you are missing out and you are not even knowing it. Now, look at where we are today. Let's go back to when our parents were as young as we are today. They didn't have so much at their disposal. Why? They have limited resources. Talk about opportunities, talk about networking, talk about resources. Very limited. But things have changed so much right now. So please, debunk that might of crypto does not work. It's for Yahoo boys. It has to be moderated by a known this thing. Please debunk that. That bank you want to invest in, buy their IPO, buy their shares. They're also looking into exploring the blockchain and investing in it. That is what many don't know. And then this idea of get rich quick mentality, please bury it. Cryptocurrency is not a get rich quick scheme, even though it could make you get rich. So instead, come with a mindset of I want to be part of this system. I want to baptize myself into this. Don't come with the idea of let me take it and go at it for like for tonight's dinner. So reshape your mindset and trust me, there are endless opportunities. Endless. The only thing that you need to get started is to bear it in mind that there are so many opportunities in this space that are at your disposal for you to embrace. Thank you. But if you like, talk say they motivate. You go soon grow old. We go know how far. That's it.
Okay, yeah. Vindicated Chidi, please let's hear you. Hello, Vindicated Chidi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Wow. Honestly, I must appreciate you for organizing this space. Well, I want to emphasize that African women need crypto. In short, Nigerian women also need crypto. Crypto is not gender sensitive. I have been encouraging that African women, most especially Nigerian women, should be brought into the crypto space. The crypto space is not meant for men alone. And I was happy. I was very, very happy when at least I saw women of timber and caliber, women of high personality, come on space and come on the speaker level, and they are dishing out values. This serves as a motivation to you who happens to be a woman listening to us right now. Actually, you can see that these women, they are successful, they are married, they are okay, and they are still into crypto full time, and they are dishing out
Never
values.
make money. Oh.
Yeah, so I want women to come into crypto because whether we like it or not, crypto is a pathway to success. Crypto is a pathway to success, and I want to also use this opportunity to encourage the men on space. Listen, men, by nature, we are designed to be the head. We are designed to be the leader. So you being a leader, there are many attributes of a leader. So for you to lead your wife well, that means you must be versatile. You must be exposed to different kind of information for you to lead well. Now, men on space, try as much as possible to bring up your woman. You should develop your woman. You should make your woman to develop interest in crypto. There is no way you can be a man on this space and you are into crypto alone. And when they ask you, you say, well, leave my wife. I don't want her to, I don't want to stress her. That's rubbish. The world is changing. This is not 1942. This is not 1920. This is 2024. So you have that duty to make sure that you develop your woman, encourage her, and do everything possible for her to understand. Imagine how beautiful it will be that you will be where you are. Maybe you are outside, you are not around, and there are some transactions that need to be done. You can just call your wife. Hello, wifey. That wallet, go there, send some certain USDT to this wallet. I want to run something. Imagine how beautiful it is. Imagine what is happening now in this tap to earn. Imagine that you are earning, your wife is also earning. Imagine when your family is a crypto family, a blockchain family, that you guys are together. It makes sense. So you cannot do all this. I have heard stories about how husbands are warning their wives that they should stay away from crypto, that they shouldn't try it. In short, I have heard stories about a woman complaining to me that her husband has warned her that if he actually finds out that she's into crypto or she's trying to do crypto again, that he will divorce her. What is she going to do? We have this kind of men in our society today. Men that have refused to develop, that have refused to grow. You are still thinking in the archaic. You are still behind. You need to dive into this wonderful technology that is happening. Because let me tell you, anything that a woman touches multiplies. I still maintain that women will do more. Listen, when women understand the potentials of cryptocurrency, when women rise up, they are going to take us men out of the game. I'm telling you the gospel truth. So, ladies here listening to me, whether single or married, rise up. Rise up. Oh. You need to develop yourselves. You need to dive into this new technology that is here. Don't wait for your man alone to provide, or don't wait for him to call the shot. Yes, discuss with him. Tell him the potentials and come in and learn. Because whether you like it or not, this is the next era of wealth transfer. So I will yield my mic for now. Thank you very, very much. And please, Madam Faith, I believe that
Yes.
we should do more orientation. we should do more orientation. Women are not actually coming here, you know. Even when we host our spaces, when we tell women, "Oh, yeah, collect the mic, speak," they will say that they don't understand this thing. You know, we waste our time doing challenges on TikTok, going to gossip blogs. I believe that we are the ones actually making money for these celebrities. Yes, we are the ones making money for them, because if we actually understand what is going on this space, we can never engage in unproductive activities. Like, you are concerned whether Davido cheated on Chioma, and you will find our women there gossiping. Which ring did Chioma wear today? This ring is what so and so. Like, oh, look at the dress that Yvonne Nelson is wearing. Rubbish. This is where we find our women gossiping and wasting our time. So we need to do something that will as in give proper orientation to the women. And that's why one thing, if it is possible, we need to write the Minister of Women Affairs, if it is possible. Because anyway, I don't want to say what is on my mind. You already know my stand when it comes to the government and cryptocurrency. These are things that should be done to emancipate women from poverty. Hosting classes for women, symposia, seminars. The more women that are pulled out of poverty, the better. I'll yield my mind for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that submission, Vindicated Chidi. So I'd like to give the mic to Daniel F. Young. He's been very, very helpful, even in planning this conference. Yesterday, I think he joined me in, setting up some stuff, till about, I think 2 a.m. Yeah. So Daniel F. Young, please, just in 2 minutes, yeah, say something. Thank you.
Okay, GM, everybody. The name is Daniel Efio.
This GM thing. We're in a conference.
Okay, sorry.
GM already. I just said that by passing.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for giving me the mic, and I want to appreciate everybody and the speakers, Boss Tola, my boss, Sir Vindicated Shidi, and every other person. Okay. Just my submission before the space goes off. I think I saw his question on the comment section, and somebody was asking that he needs to know the connection between Web3, blockchain, NFT, cryptocurrency, and crypto metaverse. Well, 2 minutes will not permit me to dissect all those things, but then a lot of person was talking about, and Savidikete should have spoken a lot about some of this stuff. I'll first of all give a counsel to everybody: go back to the recorded audio again, and you will get to learn some of this stuff. Because I saw somebody asking a question about that Boss Vindicated should repeat those places that he said they can get courses and be certified. I think he mentioned Coursera and the rest. Yes, go back to the recorded part of this conference, and then you will get it. Okay, just to give you a little briefing on the Web3 and blockchain. Now, blockchain, Web3 is an internet concept actually involving blockchain, but Web3 it's not blockchain itself. Okay, the idea of Web3 is decentralization. That's the idea of Web3, such that everybody has a decentralized system of Internet of Things. For instance, I think the blockchain crypto Amazon, which is my faith, was trying to tell you guys about a project he's currently working on, which is the Sodastic. If you check that project closely, you discover that it is actually an internet web that is actually utilizing the blockchain technology. Now, I think one of the speakers dissect what blockchain actually means, which is a digital, decentralized ledger that records transactions, okay, in blocks of computers or different computers. This is just to make sure these transactions are private and you have total control of that information. So the same way, for instance, if you look into the sodatics of the blockchain crypto Amazon, which is my faith, if you check that platform, for instance, if you've registered now, just go there, explore it. You find out that it's actually trying to bring a solution to the what's it called now, the educational aspect, where people can do their own survey, create some of their stuff, and then blockchain technology is being utilized in it, and then every of your content or something you create on the platform, you can get paid for it, and everything is private. So the concept of Web3 is actually making sure the things you do on the web is decentralized. You have the whole power to do it on your own accord. That's why if you check closely right now, if before now, what we call Web 2, what people can only do, like, well, let's say for Facebook or social media, that is a major example of Web 2, you discover that you can go there and interact with the platform and do some things, but then you are still under a centralized power, But then as time goes on now, a lot of persons are building their own internet. Some persons are creating some let's say there's a project now called ICE Network, right? For some of us who are into airdrop hunting, the ICE network, which is the ICE Open Network, you discover that they are trying to create a social media platform, kind of, but then it is utilizing the blockchain technology. But at that point in time, but when you delve deep into that project, you discover that they are trying to make sure you are exploring Web 2, but then now it is an integration of blockchain technology where your transactions are being recorded, but then you have privacy and power to be able to get some things done on your own accord. Right now, some of you can create your own internet or some kind of website whereby people subscribe, and then you are getting paid for it based on your technological knowledge or technical knowledge about the stuff. And as you continue doing those things, those things that are decentralized that you can handle on your own, all those one are encompassed inside of Web3. So blockchain, Web3 utilizes blockchain, but blockchain itself is not the entirety of Web3. This is just me trying to give a submission of that. So I believe as time goes on, we will continue bringing more and more spaces like this. And so, just to put a voice, or lend a voice to what Sam Vindicated Shiri spoke about just now. Yes, please. The blockchain technology is, or should I say, the Web3 space is a place where every person needs to get involved. Okay, and there's something we call DAO, which is called decentralized autonomous organization. Every one of us, every family is supposed to become a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, where we by ourselves we can, use a lot of things. Like we can break the Web3 space, utilize it, and have our own privacy of wealth and internet and the web and all and all. That's just it. So my submission at the end of the day, what I always say is this: right now, the Web3 or the crypto or the blockchain technology, it's only utilized by less than 4% to 8% of the whole world population. That means if you are just joining this space right now, or you are just hearing about the Web3 or the blockchain technology, it means you are very early. If you can pay attention to learning right now, I can tell you and I can guarantee you that you will be amongst the leading people, or should I say the DAOs, the decentralized autonomous organization on your own, that will spearhead the widespread of this technology. So we are still very early. 4% of the to 10%, according to some research, of the world population is directly or indirectly involved in cryptocurrency and the blockchain. So right now you are very, very early. Please, women, enter. One thing I know about women, Omo, let me end here because I noticed my mama wants
All
to.
right.
Thank you,
Thank
ma.
you so much for that submission. Yeah. So I wouldn't want to take much of our time. We've spent I think about 6 hours Yeah, so I really have to appreciate each and every one of you that have joined the space. But then we cannot go without recognizing the presence of one of our OGs that just came in. I was surprised to see him, and this is no other person than Isioma Obigwe. Yeah, so I really cannot say um I can't say much about him. Seriously, I'll let him speak for himself. Thank you. Isioma, thank you for gracing this conference, and please let's hear your thoughts, your inputs, as pertaining blockchain, crypto. I mean, any word of advice. Say in 2 minutes, please. Yeah, do us the honor. Thanks. Hello, Isama, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you
Thank
now.
you so very much, Faith, for this amazing, beautiful conference on developing needs around the crypto and blockchain space, and shaping a better future for every one of us within Nigeria and beyond. I'm not just coming in, I've been here since 2:30, right from when Christy Towie was moderating. And I just wanted to sit back and soak in all of the information I could. In our traditional conferences, I am never sitting in one place. So let this be one of those places I'll sit down and become a student indeed. I wanted to, add to what Crypto Mama did talk about. But before that, let me acknowledge the very estimable presence of the OGs, the husband of our dear host, Charles Okafomba, who's been an old folk in this industry since 2017. Hats off to you, my brother. Hats off to you, Tola Joseph Fadugbagbe. Your educational inroads and your advocacy, sometimes even in the style of militancy, has really helped this industry to grow a lot. Hats off to you, my brother. Hats off to you, Vindicator Chidi. I'm struggling to know if I've met you before, but from what you're saying, I can tell that you are a gem in the system. Our Governor Gerald Chimize is not here now. Hats off to all of you. So I wanted to signpost in 1 minute. I wanted to signpost our host to our female participants, those who are here. I met her in 2017 in Port Harcourt, and just to let you know that what she's holding today on this space, she has been doing it right from 2017 on a very big scale. Someone who would have the heart to call the entire nation to come to Port Harcourt and will host them at the Hotel Presidential, which was about the most expensive venue any event could hold at the time. And it became a yearly ritual. And Madam Faith would also always jump on the plane to go to anywhere there's a blockchain and crypto conference around the world, not just within Nigeria. Okay, whether it was Malta, whether it was Dubai, name it. And today, she's the Amazon that she is, the large appetite for knowledge and for information. I can't also forget the sacrifices she made in the early years, for the first 2-3 years, when she will hold events and also host trainings, and will spend so much for accommodation and flight for people like Chimize Chuta, for people like myself, to come deploy training for the people of Port Harcourt. So if she is on that high pedestal today, enjoying the benefits of her involvement in the blockchain space, she has sown the seed. Now that's a lady. So I want to use her as well as Crypto Mama, as well as Christy Tawi, as well as any other female who has positioned herself as an Amazon in this space to encourage every other woman. It is not true that what a man can do, a woman cannot do. Everything that a man can do, a woman can do. Okay? Everything that a man can do, a woman can do, much less being a huge success in the crypto space. So this is just the word of advice and encouragement I want to give to our fellow women. To be very honest with you, having trained lots of people in the financial markets, I have seen that though women don't make the most of monies, but they are the ones who make consistently the more money than men, because men can be reckless, they can be jumpy, but women are patient, they are methodical, they are calculative, and they go the long haul. They are like the tortoise who will finish the race, even though they go slow and steady, unlike men who would want to dash like a cheetah and faint on the way. So women, I'm rooting for you. Mop up your participation. Go to the women groups. I was glad that I saw a lot of women who are even not educated coming up into Telegram because of these, airdrops. So you can go into the various groups you have in churches, in the village settings and all that, and begin to do, mop up the adoption. Let's have more of them come into space. God bless. Thank you so very much for giving me this time, Faith.
Isioma, seriously, I don't know what to say right now. Like, my head was just getting swollen. Seriously, I felt like it was busting, with all that you have said about me. Well, thank you so much for, recognizing all my inputs, my contributions, over these years. But I wouldn't have come this far without your support, without, your support, True 30 Messages support, my husband's support, DDG, a whole lot of them, Tola's support. Seriously, you guys have actually been of a great help to me. Thank you so much. Thank you for that spoken word that you have about me. Yeah. So, I said we're going to end this space by 7. And I think I gave the mic to someone. Is it Head of Wolf? I don't know if it's a lady. I think it's a lady's picture. So that was the reason why I have to bring her up just to speak. Yeah, just for 1 minute. Is it that you have a question to ask or something? Please just let's make it brief and so we can wrap up this session.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Good evening. The name is Head of Women Farmers, or you see me, Lady Faye. This evening, I will say a little thank you to a whole lot of people here, especially Vindicated Chidi, and a whole lot of the leaders who I follow. I'm speaking from Ghana, and crypto space have been very, very hard where I come from. So mostly I follow all of you secretly, work so hard with you people. I came into the space when the ICO time, 2017, and some of us were hit very badly with qubits, but we didn't give up. We've been on, and PI came, and I've been following Vindicated Chidi back to back. Everything he posts on his blog, I'm there. And today I can say that it's been very good. The women are there. Somebody like me, I would say yes. At the moment, I've been following Vindicated Chidi, what he's doing, and most of you people. Now I have a church offloading kids and women to the Web3 that is coming. So I would say we might be slow of few, But some of us, like where I am sitting now, I think crypto has been named in a different manner. So you can't even voice out about crypto here. So when I saw your platform today, I just decided to join and say, please use this your platform and let's start having African conferences. No more Nigeria or Ghana or anything, but Africa. We need it. Look, there is problems in Africa. And me and you are aware our leaders cannot solve it. We can help. You can help. I see what you are doing. So I just came here to add this voice and talk for others who are not here, who cannot be here. But look, we need to onboard our brothers and sisters. I will tell myself that I'm just lucky to be married to a husband who, even I crash my phone, he can give up his phone for me. And you see, he has been very helpful. That's one thing I must say. When I have something to do, he can just hold it and say, go on first. And when you finish, do that thing. So the men here too, we say thank you. Please let's keep supporting the women. It's not easy. Food and the phone. You know what I'm saying. It's will cost water. But some of us are here. So thank you. And my sister, this is a great job you are doing. Please, next time I'm calling for Africa. And I think some of us will now invite others to join. Thank you very much. Thank you for this time. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, madam. Thank you so much for joining the conference. Yeah. Um, for me, this conference is not just what we're having here is not the regular Twitter spaces, because for me, I felt like things are becoming very, very expensive now. And for you to get a hall, a conference hall, you have to spend a lot of money. And that runs into millions. And, we are already having inflationary issues and economic issues as a country. People can barely afford um, their, not even 3 square meals. Now people are struggling to afford just 1 square meal in Nigeria. So as a result, do not really have that money to go hiring halls and putting people together. And it's not just about hiring halls. You need to cater for some kind of logistics. You need to do print media. You need to print T-shirts. You need to print other programs and all of that. So organizing a conference now under a well organized building costs a whole lot of money. It's highly capital intensive. So I felt like we don't need to wait for us to have that kind of funds put together. Already we have a space here, we have an opportunity where we can all gather like this and get resourceful people to come speak, share knowledge with us and all of that. And truly, I appreciate the fact that you have to join this conference today from Ghana. So we may not really have all the resources put together to be able to have it in Ghana or maybe Kenya and all of that. Of course, collectively, we can all come together and have like an African conference, just like this in the Twitter space. Of course, we've in 2020 during COVID, we had a virtual conference that involved other speakers internationally. I think is it not Dora? There's this lady. Obu Ezekwesili was our keynote speaker then, and we had lots of people. Like it was like a 3D virtual conference that we had, and you can come rent your own space. So we've done quite a lot. In this space, and so thank you for joining us. And as a way to bring this conference to a close, please permit me to take my closing remark. Yeah. So my closing remarks goes this way. My fellow innovators, esteemed speakers, and all participants, as we reach the conclusion of this electrifying Nigerian Tech Center Stage conference, where we have debunked a lot of myths and, trying to shape the future using blockchain and cryptocurrency. I stand before you, or I'm speaking, to your hearing, with optimism for the future of finance in Nigeria. Today, we have embarked on a remarkable journey, demystifying blockchain and its potential to revolutionize the way we approach money, investment, and financial inclusion. We have other key takeaways, and this has to do with, like I mentioned earlier, we debunking the myths surrounding blockchain, recognizing its power for transparency, security, and efficiency. We have explored Hello, can you all hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, I don't know where. So I was talking about key takeaways that we have debunked the myth surrounding blockchain, recognizing its power for transparency, security, and efficiency. We've also explored the transformative potential of real-world assets tokenization, envisioning a future where even small investors can participate in high-value assets. We've also learned from leading experts here about DeFi, NFTs, CBDC, and the exciting possibilities of Web3, paving the way for a more inclusive and accessible financial landscape. We've delved into crucial aspects of blockchain security and regulations, ensuring responsible and sustainable growth in this innovative conference. So, as a way of a call to action, the knowledge and connections forged here today are the seed for a brighter financial future for Nigeria, and not just Nigerians alone, but our brothers and sisters globally. So let's carry these takeaways forward. One, educate. Let's empower others by sharing our newfound knowledge about blockchain technology. Let's also learn to collaborate, learn to work together, and to build a strong ecosystem for blockchain adoption in Nigeria and in the world at large. Let's also try to innovate. Let's be the pioneers who shape a more inclusive and prosperous financial future for all Nigerians, and in Nigeria and in diaspora. So this conference was just the beginning for me of our journey. As we step out into the world, let us continue this conversation. Let's bridge the digital divide, ensuring everyone has the opportunity to thrive in this new era of blockchain-powered finance. So, as a way of, speaking to us about the solution that I am building. It was actually mentioned by passing, and Daniel tried, speaking about it. I just want to, share more light about the platform. It's called Sodatics. So Sodatics is a platform that is empowering you with your data ownership. So before we leave this space, I want to introduce you to the platform, because it's a revolutionary platform dedicated to putting you in control of your data. Because in this age of information, I will tell you that Sodatics would actually empower not just Nigerians alone, but everyone in the world to owning their data, because it helps everyone to understand and claim ownership of their valuable data, that they generate online. Also, it helps to monetize your data. So by providing you that opportunity to gain the ability to securely sell or share your data with your choosing partner, earning value from your digital footprint. As an example to this, I can tell you that I have done I've provided data, for some research company, both here in Nigeria, South Africa, Singapore, US, and all of that. And my husband actually participated in one where he provided data for an institution or a company just for 45 minutes, and then they were able to pay him over $400, and he was actually the one negotiating. But at the end of the day, he was like, okay, don't worry. You guys can just let me give you guys this information. So that's the power that Sodatics can give to you. That's the opportunity you can leverage, or you can gain by leveraging this platform called Sodatics, because it provides you that decentralized opportunity to be able to, create data and own it, monetize it anywhere in the world. So as a data set, it can help you to build a data-driven future. So by equipping you with the tools to manage and leverage your data for your own benefit, shaping a future where individuals have control over their digital assets. So Sodatics aligns perfectly with the spirit of blockchain technology, fostering empowerment and ownership in the digital age. So I'll want to call every one of you to please visit sodatics.com. Of course, what we have now, I would say, is an MVP. We're making the platform to be better. You, as a researcher, as an individual, as an institution, you can actually make use of the platform. And the platform is live, is deployed on Internet Computer Protocol or blockchain. And I have also created some survey as a way of testing the platform for people. I can tell you, once you participate in taking those survey, whatever token reward you are getting is real money. And of course, if you don't want to sell, or if you want to sell, you can actually reach out to me, and we can exchange it in a P2P format. Yeah, so there's a whole lot happening around the platform, and this is also an opportunity for me calling for collaborations, so we can onboard institutions, onboard people to using this platform, so we can protect our data and own it ourselves. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me this audience. And I want to say that we are not stopping here. We are going to be doing this in series. So this is like the first series. So sooner or later, we'll call for another series, discussing different lines of thoughts with respect to blockchain and cryptocurrency. So once again, thank you so very much for making out your time to be here and to have listened to all our all our speakers. I want to really appreciate each and every one of you. Mr. Tola, I have given you a new name. Please, you need to incorporate it into your title. I said you're a blockchain and cryptocurrency social impact specialist. That is whom you are. So please take the title. Vindicated Chidi, thank you so much for all the amazing knowledge you have poured out here to not just to me, but to all our listeners. And I believe that they have actually gained lots of value from it. Yeah, Daniel Efezino, thank you for jumping in. And to my dearest and loving husband, he has been the one holding my baby. He has been the one, like today, he has to go to the market to help me and buy chicken.
Love is sweet,
Seriously.
oh.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, he's
When we're
you see person
feeling
that I'm
enter
saying
love,
about
it's
men
sweeter.
supporting their women.
You know, go love care. Love is sweet. When we're feeling go enter love, it is sweeter. If you are there, better find yourself with a three partner. It is sweet like Ororo.
They don't know. They don't know. Web3 partner are the most romantic. They don't
Both of
know.
you go there at home. After both of you have time for yourself. Nothing like say my husband I don't go Kutonu, Kabasha. Both of you day home. When I go to tune and say, oh my Web3 love, Kai. It is sweet. Pascal.
They don't understand. Well, they don't understand the love in Web3. They don't. Kai.
Okay, so just okay, let me just say this. So for those that are out there, for those that are searching, actually I met my wife in the space, and then I got married to her also in the space. The interesting thing is that at least if I'm talking crypto or if I'm talking blockchain, I'm not talking out of somebody just waiting for me to just finish talking so that we'll talk another another matter. So it's good
And
actually.
if you marry,
Correct.
ladies, if you marry a Web3 man, he will hardly shit on you. You know why? He doesn't have time to go out. I'm telling you, he can be home 6 months. He doesn't have time to go out. Trust me. But if you like, go and marry bandits.
They don't understand, Paula. Madam Faith, your husband is a true definition of what a man should be. Very, very wonderful. If ladies understand this secret, they don't know. They don't know the potentials of Web3. Look at, you will be earning, your husband will be earning, two of you will be earning together in your homes. Your laptop will be on. You two will be flowing in the same frequency. Your husband can be somewhere and you say, my wife, please, can you transfer USDT to me? Let me use it and run something. You won't be asking which one is USDT. What can I do? You just go where it is and don't let me not waste time. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Thank you for that input. Yeah, so I also want to acknowledge uh boss Odogu blockchain, Chimeze Chuta. He's not here. I think he has other things to attend to. Seriously, all the amazing speakers, Mr. Adedeji, Owunabi, and Mr. Mohammed Ibrahim Jega. It is not the Jega of INECO, because somebody asked in the comment section, and that's cracked me up. Like the guy was like, please, can somebody clear me? This Mohammed Jega I'm seeing here, now the same one waiting for INEC office. So I started laughing. So please, it's on record, it's not the same person. Yeah, my friend and sister Francisca, the CEO Coin Rate Cap, Crypto Mama, yeah, my friend and sister again from South Africa, Nairobi, Christy. Thank you so much. Mr. Benjamin is no longer here. Thank you for the wealth of knowledge you have contributed to this conference today. Who am I also leaving out? Mr. Etienne Okeke, the CEO of Bitbata. Thank you for what you're building. Thank you for what you have. I mean, the wealth of knowledge you have also shared with us. Yes, Madam Buki Esquire, the blockchain tech lawyer. Thank you. Today, I know it's your son's graduation, but you did us the honor to come speaking to us. Thank you. I truly appreciate all your effort and input. Who else am I not? I don't know. Please, pardon me if I have missed out in acknowledging the speakers. Who have I not mentioned? I think I've practically mentioned everyone. And from this now, I don't know, for those of you who joined earlier, I was playing the Nigerian anthem. So there is an opportunity for me to play it again so that we can all learn from it. As a way of closing, we started with it and let's, end with it. Domain today at GoDaddy. Oh my goodness. Ready to take your idea online. Your domain awaits. Let me see. Yes, so Nigerians, we shall all be blessed in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. Thank you, everyone. So, bye until our next series. This is me, Faith Titus Okafomba, signing out. Bye, everyone.